welcome back. How are you feeling today? Good? It's so nice to see some familiar faces and also some new faces today. Who came yesterday? And for who is it for the first time today? Ooh, everyone give a warm welcome to our new participants. We have an amazing lineup for you guys today, starting with, next slide. Thank you. Oh wait, sorry, before that, here is today's itinerary, and it's also shown over there. And you can scan the QR code in the next slide for the program booklet. So I'll give you a few seconds to scan it. Ooh, taking photos of me? Okay, all good? Okay, so the first session is a really exciting one, and I might be biased. But the first session is what I did, no, not what I did in my application, sorry. All about applying number 2 with Jared and I.
Woo! All right, good morning, everyone. I hope everyone is well rested and excited for the second day of USAPPS. Before we begin, I would like to play like a small game just to get all your spirits up. I'll just simply explain the rules now. If I say 1, tap one finger on your other hand. So like this. If I say 2, you tap 2 fingers on your other hand. And likewise for 3, 4, and 5. I will be saying a series of numbers. So for example, if I say 1, 3, 5, so you do 1, 3, and 5. Okay? Is everyone okay with that?
Those at home, feel free to do this as well.
Does everyone understand the rules of the game?
Yes!
Okay, I'll be starting now. The first sequence will be 1, 2, 2, 5. The second sequence will be 3, 1, 3, 3, 5. And the last one will be 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5. Okay, since everyone is feeling okay now, I'll be moving on to the presentation. And so first, I would like to start off with like a simple introduction of me and Allison. So I'm from a boarding school, and I've been in a boarding school since I was 13, and I'm 18 now. So I have some experience living abroad, not abroad, but away from my parents. I'm committed to UC Davis, and I'm in the class of 2027. And I'm a huge foodie. If you want to be friends with me, bring me out to eat good food. And I have a big phobia of lizards. Don't ask me why. I just don't like their texture. It's very disgusting and moist. And I wrote the minimum words for supplemental essay once and took the SAT, but ended up not using it.
Ooh. Okay, hi everyone. My name is Allison. I just graduated from Upland School in Penang on a high school scholarship, and this fall I will be attending Drexel University on their Drexel Global Scholarship. Some fun facts about me was that I wrote quite a few of my college essays about being allergic to oranges. Nothing much about it, just like how every time I eat an orange in school, I'll have to go to the nurse, or like I'll get really sick. Another fun fact, not so fun, but I applied to 56 colleges. And I got into 45. Please do not apply to 56 universities, okay? Just ask me about my dog later if you see me. And very important for this session, I did test optional.
All right, since now you got to know the speakers a bit well, I'll be moving on to the first topic, which is going to be about the application platforms. In this slide, you'll see a few of the most common, most famous application platforms, namely Common App and the Coalition application. as these are centralized application portal where you apply to multiple schools in the same portal. This is the overview of the Common Apps website. The first tab will be your dashboard, where you'll see the universities that you are applying to, their application requirements, and you can sort by college name, etc., etc. The second tab will be My Colleges, and this is similar to your dashboard, whereby you can look at the universities that you're applying to, but it's a bit more detailed. And this is where you put in your recommenders letter and you submit the final application. The third tab is where you will be spending most of your time applying during your application. It's Common App. This is where you fill in your profile, family education, your test scores, activities, extracurriculars, all of those. The fourth one is College Search, which functions as its name suggests. You search for the college you want to apply here. And the last one will be your financial aid resources, where it's just like a brief overview of how to apply for financial aid, but I would say this applies more to domestic students. Similarly, the collation application also has some of these tabs where you find your college, you fill in your information, etc. These are some main differences between Common App and Collation. Mainly, I would say the largest difference is that Common App partners with more than 900 colleges, whereas the Collation application partners with around 150 colleges, but some of them are rare and exclusive only to Collation application. The Common App has a rollover feature to save your info from year to year, so you can start your application early actually, and it won't actually like mess up your application or something. The Collation application has like a locker tool to store your essays, videos, and your projects. And since the Common App is more famous and more popular, your counselors are more likely to be familiar with them compared to the Collation application. The Collation application, though, it has fewer users. It may be easier to get your technical support. Another difference that I forgot to mention is that for Common App, you're limited to only 20 universities where you can apply to, whereas Collation application is unlimited.
Yeah, I would like to add also you can use both. So if you're wondering how I manage 56, so you have to Common App 20, then you can apply to as many on Coalition as well.
Yep. So the next up, we have school-specific portals. What I mean by school-specific portals is that these schools require you to apply specifically on the portal that they provide. And some of the examples are the University of California system, where you apply to schools like UC Davis, UC Berkeley, UC San Diego, UC LA, all in the same portal. MIT and Georgetown University. I'll just touch a bit upon transfer applicants since you all had a whole session yesterday. Mainly, we have ADP, which is American Degree Transfer Program. It's usually offered by private institutions in Malaysia, such as Taylor's University. Students, you get to study like 1 or 2 years locally, and then you get to transfer your credit when you go to a university or abroad. The second option is community college, and it's usually in the form of a 2+2 program, where students study for 2 years, and they graduate with an associate degree, and they can transfer their credits over to university when they want to pursue a bachelor's degree.
Okay, so next is letters of recommendation. So like Jared mentioned earlier, in the Common App, you will also have to submit letters of recommendation. So what is a letter of rec? It's written by someone who knows you really well and will be able to provide insight on your academic abilities, your character, and your potential to succeed in your university or college. This letter will be read by all your admissions officers from all the schools you apply to. So you might be wondering, who can write your letter of recommendation? You may not write your own letter of recommendation. So some examples are your teachers, which are the most common people to write your letter of recommendation. You could also get your mentors, coaches, and for some schools, only some, you have to really be careful. You could get your friends to write letter of recommendations. Examples are, Jared, you mentioned.
I believe Cornell allows you to have a recommender as your friend. So it's one of those. You have to check with your school specifically in Common App. To be safe then, sorry.
Yeah, so different schools have different requirements. requirements. So some schools only need 1, some need 2, and some need 3. Some might allow a range, but usually the minimum is 1. So here's an example of what a letter of recommendation is. Dear Barbie, if you watch Barbie and Oppenheimer the last week, you'll understand. Dear Barbie University, I've known Ken for a really long time and have been his advisor for various extracurricular activities. This includes organizing USAPPS, discovering the atomic bomb, Oppenheimer, and going to the beach. He would be a perfect candidate for this university. So some key tips to get such an amazing letter of recommendation like the one earlier. Start early. If you know you're going to be applying in November or December, try to get your recommenders to start writing it around now, and also pick a variety of recommenders. So maybe get your science teacher, then get your language teacher, so it's more diverse. And then be kind to your recommender. Don't be rude when you ask for a recommendation. If you email them nicely. And if you go up to them, just don't go up and start saying being rude to them, you know? And also select recommenders that you have a good rapport with. And also something special, prepare a brag sheet. So what is a brag sheet? Does anyone know? Okay, it's what the name says, to brag about yourselves. Do you like bragging about yourselves? All the time? Yeah. So, because your recommenders might have so many people to write recommendations for, so a brag sheet is a good way for them to make sure they don't miss out on important things. So you could also give them significant activities and volunteer work you do, your various achievements, your school community contributions, your intended major at university, because you can't assume that your recommender will know all these things about you. You can also write about your plans after university and put some fun facts. For my brag sheet, I put some pictures, so it's like visual, you know? So here is another example of a brag sheet. So volunteer work, I sang to colorblind dogs. My club position, I was president of the Taylor Swift Society. Oops. And my favorite subject is French because oui baguette. My intended major is astronaut, and my intended career is professional nasi lemak eater. It's not real, but you get the gist, right? So it's just to let your recommender know more about you. And you have to remember, as Shrek said, ogres are like onions. Onions have layers. Every applicant is complex. You have layers, okay? Can you repeat after me? I have layers. So a brag sheet will be able to provide a comprehensive view about you as an applicant to your recommender so they can write an even better recommendation letter for you. I'll pass it on to Jared.
Thanks, Alison. Next up, we'll be going to be talking about standardized tests. As the name suggests, standardized tests is like they act as a standard of measurement for student ability all over the world. The main ones that are offered are the SAT and the ACT. Here are like a table comparison between the SAT and the ACT. Recently, the SAT just changed its format to become a fully digital-based test, whereas the ACT still remains physical. For the structure, the SAT contains of reading and writing and a maths section, whereas the ACT contains English, maths, reading, science, and an optional writing section. The score ranges from 800 to 1,600 in the SAT, whereas it ranges from 1 to 36 in ACT. The length of the new digital SAT is 2 hours and 14 minutes, whereas for ACT, it can take upwards of 2 hours and 55 minutes without the essay, and 3 hours and 35 minutes if you decide to take the essay. Okay, before the next slide, has anyone heard about super scoring or know what super scoring is?
It's a superpower.
Okay, since no one knows about it, I will be talking a little bit about it. What super scoring is basically you can take your highest subsection scores in different seatings and combine them into one super score, hence the name super scoring. This is some examples of super scoring, and in the bottom example, you can see that let's just give this person a name. May got 700. May got a higher math score in the March 2021 sitting, whereas she got a higher English score in May 2021. What you can do is that you can combine the best of both worlds to get a better score overall. Before you apply to schools or you decide to take the SAT or the ACT, it's good to know the standardized test policies of your school. The first one is test blind. Test blind means that some universities, they don't even look at your SAT or your ACT. They don't care about it. They don't even want to see it. And even if you give it to them, they won't take it into account in your application. Some of the most prominent schools that do this are the entire UC system. The second standardized test policies is test optional. Test optional is where the school gives you the choice whether you want to send it in or you don't want to send it in. If you don't send it in, they won't consider it, and if you send it in, they will consider it. Most schools, I would say, after the COVID-19 pandemic, have switched to a test optional policy, including all the Ivy League schools. The third and final standardized test policies is test required. These universities require that you take the SAT or ACT, and you have to pass a certain threshold to even be eligible to apply to the universities. Some of them include the MIT. So, since we've been talking about SAT for a while, I would like to invite all of you to play a short quizzes that consists of SAT questions. Before that, I would like to say the quizzes has a timer feature, but it's kind of useless because if you don't follow the time, nothing happens. But I would urge everyone to at least try to follow the timer that I set, because it will be beneficial if you do actually decide to take the SAT one day. So y'all can log into quizzes, scan the QR code or enter the code.
Right.
Yes, there's a lot of people joining.
Wow, 40 something? That's a lot.
Yeah, it's going up very fast.
Okay. Who is confident?
Oh, make sure to do it properly because there are prizes for the top 3 winners.
And those at home, if you win, go by yourself. I'm kidding.
If you win, I will invite you personally into the front to take your prize.
I thought you were going to say invite personally to your home if
no.
they're at home. We also invite the Fassies if they won. But you cannot get prize.
Okay, I believe. Oh, okay, there's still more.
Wait a bit more. Maybe someone.
Is there anyone that hasn't joined yet? Oh, okay.
Raise your hand if you prefer English. Because SAT is English and math. And raise your hand if you prefer math. Okay, we have math people. And raise your hand if both scare you.
Okay. Oh,
Okay, final last 10
Last call.
seconds.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.5, 0.4, 0.3, 0.2, 0.1. Okay, 0. Oh. Is there anyone that hasn't joined? Please raise your hand. Or I think we could be having participants from the
Parents,
virtual
feel
side.
free to join. Test out your math.
Okay, I'll be starting it soon since we don't have much time. Someone put my name, I saw. Okay, it could be.
You play on your devices, by the way.
It
It's not
seems
Kahoot.
that P is leading with 970 points. Bruce Wayne, I like your name.
Zooey Mama. Do you think we can get some music on?
Seems like Killer Joel is going on a 3 streak now.
Oh my
Is she
God,
gonna be the
Ken.
winner?
There's Ken.
Where's Barbie?
Okay.
Seems like Killer Joel is having some competition.
I can see those with iPads writing up the math. Anyone has a calculator? I know one of them has.
Oh, it seems like we have a new leader, Mardi, with 4,240 points. Oh, I see my name.
You can
Or
probably take the SAT right now.
someone else's name. Jared, go Jared. Looks like Ken is leading the way.
Ken!
Oh,
I see someone called Taylor's version. I stand by you.
wow, shade. Oh, Shreya with a 6th streak. 7th streak from KYUEM 2.
Ooh, Shreya! Ken, catch up. Ken.
Where's Jared?
Tongue sticking out face. And no, the real SAT is not that fun. You don't have background music like
Yeah.
this.
The real SAT is very quiet.
Okay, almost done. There's 10 questions, by the way.
Wow, KYUEM2 is catching up real fast with an H win streak. Jared, I see you. Go, Jared. Megan. Go, Megan.
Oh Megan is my cat's name. Oh my gosh. Who here is done already? No? Did any parents do it? No?
I'll give y'all 2 more minutes to complete the test. Okay, pencils down.
Because that's how the real SAT goes.
Yes. And
Wait,
it's
did we
much
end
more
it?
stricter
Okay.
in the real SAT. If you don't put down your pencil, they may cancel your score. So, let's look at the leaderboards. Third,
Drum roll!
second, first.
Who's Shreya? Is Shreya
Let's
here
welcome
today?
the third place first.
Oh, wait, okay.
Mardi. Is there anyone, Mardi?
Hey! Who needs SAT tutoring? Go to Marty.
Thank you. Who's the second person? P. It's you? Okay. Then we'll go
Shout
one.
out to you at home. You're doing great.
We go down one spot to tariffs. Anyone tariffs?
Eh.
Thank you. And the first place goes to Shreya. Shreya, please show yourself, Shreya.
Shreya, are you at home?
Oh wow, Shreya's at home, okay. Then we'll go to the next one, K. Whose name is K?
Eh.
Congratulations, K. Okay, we're done with the test. Let's go back to our presentation. So after that, we'll be talking a bit about the pros and cons of taking standardized tests. The pros of taking standardized tests is that it can open up opportunities to some merit-based scholarships, especially in like liberal arts schools. And it's a good, if you get a good score, it may add to your application in a positive way if you apply to test optional or test required schools. Some cons of taking the standardized test is that it may take up some portion of your time to study for the test, where you can use it for other activities. It can also be very nerve-wracking if you take the test once and you get an unsatisfactory score and you have to retake it. It can also get expensive if you take it multiple times. If you do decide to take the SAT or the ACT, you will have to register and prepare for the test. For the SAT, you register at collegeboard.org, and for the ACT, you register at act.org. Then you pay the fees, which is written on the screen, and you choose your venue and test date. Lastly, you have to officially start preparing for the SAT and ACT. This is where you do tons of practice questions and full-length tests if possible. And free resources can mostly be found at Khan Academy. And here are some tips for taking any standardized test for that matter. Is that you have to create a schedule that you can stay consistent with. It's better to not rush into things and eventually you burn out because then it'll be even worse. And second of all, read more. I'm very confident that the Malaysian syllabus prepares all of us adequately enough for the mathematics section of any of the standardized tests. But the English section may be a bit difficult. That's why you have to read more as it can improve your vocabulary, sentence structure, and just your English proficiency overall. Next, review. Make sure to review. Even if you're correct, review just to see why you're correct and why the other answers are wrong. The fourth tip is to not dwell too long on a question because it may cost you time in your future in the other questions. However, do not leave any question blank because even if you answer randomly, there's a 25% chance that you get correct. And for the last final tip is to keep calm and not put too much pressure on yourself. Even if you get a bad score for the standardized test, it's not the end of the world. It's not the only application. It's not the only factor that admission officers look into. The next section I'll be talking about is English proficiency requirements. The three main English proficiency tests offered are the IELTS, TOEFL, and the Duolingo English test. Duolingo English test, abbreviated as DET. Here are the comparisons between the IELTS, TOEFL, and DET. For IELTS, it's computer-based and paper-based, whereas for TOEFL, it's only computer-based, and for the Duolingo English test, it's only computer-based. For IELTS, it takes 165 minutes total, for TOEFL 180 minutes, and for the Duolingo English test, 60 minutes. It can cost upwards of 835 ringgit for the IELTS, for the TOEFL around 850 ringgit, and from the Duolingo English test around $59, which is approximately 270 ringgit. When you look at this, you might be thinking to yourself, why not everyone take the Duolingo English test? Not only is it cheaper, it takes less time. But you have to look into the English proficiency test requirements of the school you're applying to because some of them do not accept the Duolingo English test. Or you can waive your English proficiency requirement. What do I mean by waiving your English proficiency requirements? Some of the schools that you may be applying to do allow you to waive your English proficiency requirement by presenting a proof of your English proficiency. Some of them may accept your English 1119, which for SPM takers is basically your SPM English. And if you get a good score for any SAT or like ACT, if you score above a certain threshold, some of the universities may allow you to not take any English proficiency requirement. So you do have to take a look into that.
Also to note, not sponsored, but I took the Duolingo one, so if you have any questions, feel free to ask. But okay, I'll just quickly touch on resumes and portfolios, which are optional, but really good if you have something you want to share with your admissions officers. So what is a resume or a portfolio? It serves as a companion document and will provide context and organization to you as an applicant. So on the Common app, you will get this thing that says, if you wish to submit a resume, please upload it here. Not required. So you have to remember, if you don't want to, you don't have to. It's not gonna be a negative part of your application. So here's an example. It's just a screenshot of mine. Put your name, your email, your school, your education, your leadership position, some activities you've done, and maybe some awards. It doesn't have to be so fancy and full-fledged. We're all just pre-U and high school students still. And examples for a portfolio include artistic portfolios. If you're an artist, you might want to provide videos and samples of music performances. If you're a poet, poetry, visual arts, painting, drawing, and sculpting, and also photography. Then different examples also include, I'm not a sports person, but if you are an athlete, you can provide highlight videos and statistics. And alternatively, if a big part of your application is your entrepreneurship. You can provide information about your business. So it's more of like things you can share, like PDFs, documents you can share with your admissions officers. So for me, I did theater and musical theater, so I submitted some musical performances. And these might be helpful if you're applying to a school that might have scholarships for athletes or artists or like business. So now we'll have a really quick Q&A session.
Hi, I would like to ask. So for the recommendation latest by our teachers, right? So does it has to be as good as our essay? So for the official admission officer to be like impressed with our recommendation letter.
Oh, that's a great question. Also to note that you're not actually allowed to read your recommendation letter, so you actually won't know what your teacher writes. But I feel like both the ideal is for both to be good, but the thing is you can control your recommendation a bit by providing like a good brag sheet, and your essay, of course, is the like one thing you can really push and control. I'm not sure if that answers your question.
Hi. So I have a question, because like some of the students are going into pre-university, and then pre-U is like a much shorter period of time, so it might not really provide a chance to really bond with your teachers. So is it possible, or is it even recommended for you to get a recommendation letter from your old high school where you are, more closer to them? Thank you.
Both perfectly work. For me, I even switched teachers and I got recommendation letters from teachers who only knew me for 5 months. And that went okay. It's mostly who you're comfortable with sharing your story to and who you think, who you're most confident with that will provide the best recommendation letter. So essentially who knows you better. Because someone who has known you 2 years might not know you as well as someone in 4 months, depending on how close you are to that person and what the relationship is.
I see a question directed to me. I think this person, you can come find me after the talk and I'll give you more information on that. A good question. How do I decide whether I should submit my standardized test scores for test optional unis? I would say take a look at the median score of the school that you're applying to. If your score is above the median score, then I would suggest that you submit it. If not, maybe not.
Okay, so I guess this one's more for Allison. Seeing that you've managed to get into 45 different institutions, have you noticed, like, I just want to know, does completing any of the optional parts of the application, like say SAT, or the or
I can hear you.
okay, and does that give like an upper hand to you?
I did not take the SAT, so if that helps show that you still can get into universities without the SAT, and you can ask a lot of the facilitators here also. Some were test optional, some sent in their tests. So it's not make or break for your application.
So this is specifically for the Sunny system. I actually do have a portfolio that I want to send, but I noticed that it was only exclusive to like design majors. Is it possible for me to reach out and send it specifically, or is it not recommended?
After you submit, you actually get a school portal where you can submit different things. we don't have a screenshot, but you can approach me later. I'll show you, and it'll show drop downs, and it'll let you submit PDFs and videos. So that's okay. But it might differ for different schools.
Is that a question from online first?
Yeah.
Is that? How do you submit your academic portfolio? It depends on the school. Some schools allow you to submit it in a common app. Some maybe you have to submit your application first. They give you a portal and then you submit it on the portal.
When it comes to the letter of recommendation, when it comes to letter of recommendation, does the kind of person that we ask matter? Like, for example, if I'm going to major in computer science, is it still acceptable for me to like ask lecturers outside of computer science? Or do I have to get at least one letter from a computer science lecturer?
I would say that since the US application is a very holistic process, it would not be ideal if you get all your recommenders from a computer science teacher or something very directly related. However, I wouldn't say that you shouldn't find anyone that is directly related to your major to try to balance it between, like, maybe you can find one computer science teacher to write your recommendation letter, another from your linguistic teacher, etc. Just try to diversify, don't be overly specific.
And we have a question from online. Can I just take the SAT for TAPS optional universities, but don't add the result during application phase if the results does not come up to my expectation? Yes, you can, but also some schools may know that you took the SAT and may require if you took it to submit already. So you have to be careful and know what are the requirements for different universities you apply to. But yes, you can take it, and if you decide it might not reflect so well on your application, you can totally disregard it for some schools.
Can you submit the exact same essay to every single college application? For Common App, they have one common, no pun intended, they have one common essay that you submit to all the schools. But besides that, for each universities, they also have like a supplemental essay questions where you have to write specifically tailored to that school.
Another is it necessary to take the English proficiency test if we have taken IGCSE? For me, not for my US universities, but for Canada universities, I had to submit, so that might help. Another is, must the favorite subject in the brag sheet be for our pre-U subjects? How about SPM?
I think you can have your favorite subject from any year because it doesn't really, like, it's not really a very enormous factor in your admissions. So you can put even like even something you learned like when you were young, like arts, like drawing. On average, if you were to apply to 5 colleges under Common App and 3 UCs, how many essays, Common App plus supplementary, do you need? I would say on average, each university requires probably at least 1 supplemental essay. And so there'll be 5 supplemental essays and then 1 common essays, so there's 6. For the UCs, you actually don't have to write just like a specific supplemental essay for each of the UCs because it's similar to UCAS if any one of you have done UK application, where you write 4 separate shorter essays and you submit them to all the UCs.
And the last question we'll take is, how do we approach our teachers to ask for recommendation letters? So depending on what school you go to, maybe your teachers have a process of their own. But for me, I just emailed my teachers or talked to them in person and was like, hi, miss, I would really appreciate a letter from you because I really enjoyed your subject and I really feel like a letter from you would be the best for my application. And most likely your teachers will say yes. Because can you imagine being a teacher and saying no to an innocent high school student? No, right?
I think the person that directed the question at me just now is at home, so the person can't ask me. If you have my number or you have my email, yeah, you can just contact me and I'll tell you more.
Yeah, so that's all, everyone. Thank you so much. And if your questions were left unanswered, you can always email us or reach out to us in person. So we hope you learned a lot this session. Thank you. And next is a really exciting session with our moderator, Kai-sun.
Test. Hi everyone, welcome to another panel discussion on what I did in my application. We understand that applying to colleges can be quite overwhelming and stressful, but rest assured we are all here to guide you. So I'm your moderator for today. My name is Kai-sun. Thank you. I'm an incoming freshman at Cornell University planning to major in information science. And we have Azhar and Asif for today. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, hi everyone. My name is Saiful Azhar. You can call me Azhar. I'm currently incoming sophomore, so incoming second year at Princeton University. I did my A-levels at KYUM, so go KY, yeah. I did further maths, chemistry, and physics. I really like the pain. I don't know why I did that. I applied to 9 US universities and currently majoring in chemical and biological engineering and hopefully a minor in material science. And some of the universities that I got into were Princeton, UCLA, and then waitlisted from Berkeley and Columbia. And for the UK, I got into Imperial and UCL. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Oh, and the reason I chose Princeton is because of the undergraduate research. It has a really good program and they have so much money. It's one of the biggest universities in the States that has like the highest endowment. So all that money goes to the undergraduate research because we don't have a lot of graduate students. So it gives a lot of time for like the school to just focus on the undergraduate program. So it was like a really nice school. And during the summers, a lot of people just do a lot of internships, a lot of lab researches. So yeah, that's why I chose Princeton.
Hi everyone, my name is Asif. I am an incoming freshman at Brown. I just did A-levels and just finished my A-levels in Alice Smith. I took economics, mathematics, chemistry, and business studies. In my opinion, you shouldn't be doing econs and business studies at the same time if you're applying to the UK, because some UK universities, they don't accept business studies as a subject. So I applied to 22 US universities, including 5 UCs. And for stats, I mean, I was a founder for this Young Investors Club in Alice Smith. I also founded a mentorship program in my previous high school. I was also co-captain of varsity football and also co-captain for junior varsity volleyball. These are some of the universities that I got into: Brown, UCLA, LSC, USC, UMich, UNC Chapel Hill, Wesleyan, and I got waitlisted in Carnegie Mellon. I think one of the reasons why I chose Brown, to be honest, is because it's the best university that I got into. I wouldn't say that, I made a comparison between Brown and UCLA, but I thought that UCLA is like a public school, so it's going to be hard for me to choose my courses and get classes because a lot of people, there's about like how many thousand students there? I don't even know. So, and Brown is like a private institution, so they might cater to you in some way. And Brown, no GPA, so really nice. Open curriculum, you can study what you want and everything. So yeah, that's why I chose Brown.
Right, so begin. Okay, before we begin our session for today, here's a quick reminder. Y'all can just scan the QR code and then like ask us any question in between the session. We'll try to answer you at the end of the session, right? Okay, so, sorry.
Wrong direction.
Okay, so now here's a quick breakdown of what we'll do for our panel discussion for today. So we have 4 main components. The first one is spiked versus all-rounder. Second one will be balancing the different aspects, especially the ECAs. And third is being consistent and be yourself. And the last one will be your expectation versus reality. Right, let's jump to our first question for today. So as we all know that all-rounders are, applicants who are good in different aspects, they have different experiences, while Spike is someone who focuses on a specific passion or interest. So Asha, would you consider yourself a spiked or like all-rounder, and how did that affect your application?
Thank you for the question, Kaisin. I would consider myself an all-rounder. I think all throughout high school and A-levels, I did as many things as I wanted to and felt that I had the passion for. And whenever it was like something new, I still want to like jump in and get out of my comfort zone. So I really enjoy just like trying new things as well. So I would consider myself as an all-rounder. And this was definitely sprinkled all throughout my like essays as well when I was applying. So for example, I would write about journaling and try to relate it with like the laws of thermodynamics. So it was like kind of like, I like science, but I also like journaling. It's kind of like that thing. Or talk about like cheerleading and like toxic masculinity. These are things that I found that I personally enjoyed all throughout my high school and like my whole life, to be honest. And I guess I did have a few like ECAs in terms of like rugby and like athletics, but I didn't really focus too much on that. I really talked about more of the things I'm passionate about. So film photography, for example, and like, just things that I really enjoyed. And it didn't have like a specific, oh, he wants to do chemical engineering. He just does like engineering stuff, all chemistry stuff now. It was very like well-rounded for me.
I think I kind of agree with Asa, the fact that you want to show universities that you're versatile, you can do whatever you want. But I think it's a mix of both. If you want to be successful in your application, you can't be too all-rounder and too spiked at the same time. So what I did was I'll try to brand myself to universities. So I'm a Malaysian, fluent in 3 languages, and passionate about US-China relations, and wants to do finance or international relations in uni. So when I do the activity list, that's 10 activities that you have to put. So what I would say is you should balance it out. You show some leadership, show some volunteering, show some group work or whatever. But at the same time, you should show some concentration of your passion. Like they call it passion projects or demonstrative activities that shows that, hey, this guy is actually in line with his the brand or the theme that he wants to put out to himself in uni. So let's say you're a guy passionate in comp sci and or biology, right? And when you write your activities list, suddenly you said 5 of them is dancing. So that's not going to work, right? They're going to be like, the admissions officer is going to think like, hey, he says one thing, but he's showing another. So make sure that everything is consistent. Like what Gayan said yesterday, it's like a circular application. So you got to link it throughout. Make sure that if you could summarize yourself in 3 to 5 bullet points after reading your application, that's a good thing.
Right. Here's an additional question. Is it possible to be both, like a spike and also an all-rounder? Because we know that, some people might say, if you apply to MIT, you have to put down a lot of STEM, ECAs, and stuff like that. What do you think?
Yeah, definitely possible. Like what I said just now, within your all-roundedness, there must be some sort of specialization about your area. You can't just be, what do you call it, jack of all trades, master of none. You have to be a master at something, right? Because I feel like in these Ivy League schools, they really want to see that, because then admission officers, they sit at a table, they discuss with one another, and they say, hey, that Chinese Malaysian guy who, very passionate about economics and also care about the infrastructure of Malaysia. That's something that you have to think about, But I say that UCs, especially UCLA, USCSD and all, they have like 20 activities that you have to fill in. So I would say that UCLA especially, I think they're more into like all-rounded kind of applicants, but definitely you can like blend both and take advantage of it.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with what Asif just said. You can blend both, but it's good to have like a master of something. And what I found that was like common in my essays, or at least like in my application, is that I had like a common theme throughout, like who am I as a person. So if you can like see yourself and like list down like what he said, like after reading an essay, but instead you evaluate yourself. If you like look at yourself and evaluate all the activities you've done in high school and in pre-university, what can you boil yourself down into like 3 main qualities and try to highlight that within your application. So even though I was talking about all these different activities, I boiled it down to a few qualities that I found that are very like represent who I am as a person. And I feel that a lot of universities like it when students have like a really good sense of self-reflection and know who they are as a person.
Right, thank you for the useful tips. Next, we'll talk a little bit about ECAs. As we know that ECAs are very crucial for comprehensive application. How did you all incorporate your ECAs into the essays or activity list you mentioned just now?
In terms of the activity list, for the Common App, you have 10 activities. And as mentioned before, I try to like span out like different sides. I would say like, my leadership qualities, maybe a bit of debating, a bit of sports. And then when you're like describing, how you have like, I think 150 characters or something, you want to like give action words like organize this event under this community or spent 3 hours a week doing this. So it's like a bit of like a quantitative and qualitative analysis of like what are the activities you've done. And in terms of essays, I would say for me at least, when I was writing like my Princeton essays, I tried to make like a common theme in essays. So for example, one of it was about like, why do you want to do like Princeton engineering? So I try to make the theme about like analyzing failures. So I talked about like books I read that were specific towards like engineering failures, and then try to see like which ECAs that I did and were a complete fail. Like, but that's not the bad part. Like, I didn't need like tangible results, but I grew as a person and realized like from these failures, what did I learn? So for example, I think I talked about a phone case selling business. So in high school, I was very like entrepreneurial. I like to sell phone cases. I sold like toast to my friends as well. So I'll just make like Nutella bread and just sell it to my friends. And it was not a good success. I think we wasted a lot of money. Our toaster broke down and we just failed in that business. So I said that even though I failed, I still want to hone my entrepreneurships when I go to Princeton and take classes about entrepreneurship and learn more and hopefully have like more successful businesses in the future. I don't know. But yeah, that was like, I would say like throughout my themes, I sprinkled in ECAs, hobbies, and just like passion projects. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I think Azab had a main point there. When you fill in your ECAs, you remember that the description has only 150 characters, so it's quite limited of how you can describe and how you can like bedazzle it to make it sound like it's wow, So a lot of power verbs needs to be used, a lot of summarize maybe the achievements that you have, and to incorporate this into essays, I would say you shouldn't think too much as you don't really need to have an astounding or outstanding achievement you have in your ECAs. Like, it could be like gardening, like if that's one of your activities. It's about the story you tell in the supplementary essays, because the Americans, they love stories. Don't care what you do, they love stories. You can write about ice cream, baking, why am I all talking about food and gardening? Like the most simplest of things, like a water bottle, a chair, as long as you deliver it right, and kind of related to ECAs. Maybe it's like, oh, this is why this inspired me to lead this young investing club, because I thought about a gardening business. You know, I thought watering plants is a very profitable organization or whatever. So it's about the story you tell. You don't have to be like a champion or a math Olympiad to tell the story. You can, you know, somehow kind of like you know, deliver it as in when I read it, it touches my heart kind of thing. So it doesn't have to be super big, as long as the quality of the writing is meaningful and you kind of link it to the values you learn when you do the ECAs. I think that will work like tremendously.
Thank you. Definitely, I think it's quite important, like, to show that you are vulnerable, you are a human being as well. You don't have to be champion of everything, right? So there's also a common dilemma. People ask, right, should applicants always like show their leadership experience, or should they just share their personal experience on like what exactly shaped them into who they are today and their character or shape their values? What's your insight on this?
That's a very good question. In terms of like leadership roles, I feel like you can be a leader in anything. So when it came for me at least, whenever I tried to write my essays or go through, I guess that's where like people, like the admissions officer really sees you is through your essays. So I would just give my personal experiences and see where I put myself as like a leader in that term. So for example, I think I wrote an essay about like tutoring, and I didn't tutor a lot of people. I probably only did like 20 people or something like that. But I wrote one specific experience that brought me a lot of pride in teaching people and realizing that maybe that is something I want to continue doing after school or at Princeton as well. So yeah, I'm thinking of going into like a McGraw Teaching Center. So it's like a teaching center for students to teach other students. So I think that was like a very insightful thing that they saw that I was consistent to myself and I could be a leader in that role. So I would like, I think for me at least, I fared well in sharing my personal experiences.
I think it's the same thing for me. I think I thrived in sharing my personal experiences because I feel like the activities, the honors that you put in the Common App, it's quite, like the admission officers are not dumb. They could read it and you don't have to repeat it all the time. But what I wrote for my Common App, I think I remember it was my experience in Chinese school and kind of like related to how I'm trying to reconcile two races at once and how you link it to division, like the increasing division and stuff. And also in supplemental essays, like I think I wrote about my cat or something. And I also wrote about pork, so one of my essays. And that one essay was like, they call it like a recycle essay. So you use that essay because if you're applying to so many universities, like I did, like I applied to 22, I kind of used that essay as like a, what do you call that, crown jewel or whatever. Like the one that, wow, this is really good, like this is gonna catch admission officers. So make sure that when you write your supplemental essays, choose one that can be reused across all universities, because chances are they're gonna ask the same question, like about diversity, about contrasting beliefs. So, but at the same time, I feel like the leadership, like if you include leadership or your activities into the essays, I also think that that's also an advantage because it shows that, wow, you're like a career-oriented person and you have good reflection and evaluation skills. But for me, showing personal experience shows a human side of you, not just a robot writing a paper. So personal experiences definitely will go further, I feel, than leadership activities.
Right. So definitely be yourself and also be genuine. Right. But whenever it comes to like US application, right, people always say, be yourself, be yourself. But how did you guys be yourself in your application?
I would like to think that I'm a funny person. So I think throughout my essay, I try to like sprinkle some jokes, and I don't know if it was funny enough for the admission officers, but maybe it was. That's why I got in, but I'm not sure. But in terms of like staying true to yourself, like whenever you submit like your US application, they don't check like the validity of it. Like you could lie, you could just say I'm a national debate champion. So I do not advise you guys to do that. I really don't like lie on your application. That's like a horrible and dishonest thing to do, and just don't do that. But it's important for you to highlight like your best qualities, and that is staying true to yourself. So I would say like a lot of self-reflection is important. I do a lot of journaling, so I guess that is why I could like analyze, like what are the true values that I want to like stay true to myself and be consistent throughout like my essays and my application. So I think that is a pitfall that a lot of people fall under, is like they want to go over the top, but these admission officers, they know when you're lying, or they know when you're like stretching the truth. So it's really important for you to stay like true to yourselves and like reflect on like the values you want to present to these people who will accept you into their universities.
I feel to stay true to yourself requires some skill, because I feel like we're so tied up with academic work in school where we have to write something that we don't believe in. From my point of view, when I wrote my essays, it's kind of like a bit different than others, because it's more about cultures and something forbidden, like religion as well. So it's quite a sensitive topic to do. But also, when you give people to read your essays and they give their opinions, normally when I did that, I kind of like, I disagree with you. Like, I'm not going to take the opinion, because that's who you are in the essay. If you're honest with yourself, you disregard what other people think regardless. And then, but at the same time, when people are too true about themselves, right? Let's say they are very controversial, they say some stuff, like stupid stuff. Like, you don't want to write a lot of bold statements in your essays, especially when it's about politics or any political matter like gender, whatever. Like, if you have negative things to say, because you're applying to a liberal school, and chances are they're gonna think, oh, wow, you're a conservative guy, you're not gonna come here, liberal arts school or liberal school. So, yeah, I think definitely there is an element of control when you're staying true to yourself, but don't be completely true. That might be a disadvantage. There are ways that you can frame your essays to the point where you look better, but at the same time being true to yourself, if you know what I mean. I'll share it with you later.
Right? Okay, so while you want to be true to yourself and also be genuine, you also want to be humble at the same time, right? You need to acknowledge the area of growth. So is there any tips or tricks to, stay humble and then tell people that, okay, you want to stay humble, but you want to you want to showcase, like, you have this accomplishment, achievement. How do you strike a balance?
I think this is what you call humble bragging. In your essays, like what I said before, when you want to brag about yourself, you got to start with a story, man. Like, you start with a story, lure them in, and then somehow you put the name of your activities right in between, And then that story kind of will carry the meaning of it itself. So you shouldn't be saying, yeah, I was a president, I'm really good. No, you shouldn't do that. You should do, like, you start off with a story, or maybe you incorporate it in some sort of moment in your life that was really impactful or really important to you guys. So, not, how do you say this? You don't want to be very straightforward with what you achieved, like, because you already had that chance when you list it out in your ECAs. The essays is how you combine ingredients together to make one powerful profile of yourself. So, yeah.
Yeah, I really like what Asif said about creating a story. So I think if you guys were like in primary school and doing like English classes, there's the, that curve, the rising action, introduction, rising action, climax, falling action, blah, blah, blah. So I feel like that is when, that is the story that you need to write throughout your essays, and that story has to stay consistent throughout your whole application. So in the activities you do, what the teachers have been saying about you in their recommendation letters, what the counselors have said about you. So all that has to stay like consistent. And yeah, you can't just be like, oh, I won like national debate, guys, like please accept me. Like that just doesn't make sense. It's a lot of bragging, and it doesn't have that story. Maybe you could say like, yeah, it was like really tough. I had to go through a lot of training, but in the end of the day, I managed to lead a team. Not like, oh yeah, I won, I did this. Like maybe show like your tangible impact and how it helps the community around you, or just like in terms of just like self-reflection or like learning what you did and how that impacted you as a person. So it doesn't matter if you won national debate, but it's more of like what you learned from that experience that is more important, that you should sprinkle it out throughout your whole like application.
Right. A follow-up question. How about like interview? How can we stay humble?
Interviews, they could be scary sometimes because you might get a guy who's like really rigid, just stays there and don't like just ask questions and no emotions. And another interview could be a guy who's like more conversational. That's informational, that's conversational, and that's like a really like interview. I had interviews for Columbia, UPenn, and Cornell had an informational one. But Columbia, this guy was really hard to break. I couldn't. I kept asking him personal questions, but he just stick to like Columbia. He's like the chief marketing officer kind of guy, and I was like, oh, Columbia really good. New York, you can go to the Apollo or whatever. But I didn't ask that. So you have those kind of interviewers, but you gotta be strong lah. You can't just break character and just be frustrated. No, just smile and don't be so, what do you call that? Pretentious? Is that pretentious? Yeah. And kind of when they ask to introduce yourself, introduce you properly. You don't have to be. There's no formula for it, but like something that like your subjects, your ECAs, and your honors, and then why you think this university is really good for you or right fit for you. But for UPenn, I had this guy who only attended UPenn for 9 months, but I don't know why he was an interviewer. But so he was really cool and conversational, but he asked me very difficult questions. So I was interested in politics and economics at the time, and he was asking me, do you think politics is more important than the economics part of it, or is it the other way around? So they might ask you a bit of like hard questions for you to think about, but there's no right or wrong answer in my opinion, because American universities, they want to think, they want to see your critical thinking, your stages of thinking, and yeah, just answer it properly. And when you finish your interview, make sure you email them back, email the interviewer, and say, oh, thank you for sparing your time to talk to me, because I know you're very busy. And yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah, there will be a session later about like acing the alumni interviews and stuff. But from my like personal experience is that the interview won't like make or break you. And I think I had the same Columbia guy. He was like so just like serious and just talked about New York all the time. I'm like, okay, I get it. You love Columbia, but yeah, I had the same guy. He was kind of like frustrating for me. But yeah, the interviews don't make or break you. I remember I had like a Stanford interview for like 2 hours long. I was like, oh, this guy wants me for real. Like, I am getting into Stanford. I am getting into, no, I did not get into Stanford. So yeah, it doesn't make or break you. It doesn't matter if you have like a 2 hour long interview. It just doesn't add too much value, but you should check again. Like some universities really like appreciate like interviews and are really important, but that's not like the same throughout. So yeah, I would say when it comes to like interviews, it is very like conversational. It's not like a UK interview where they ask you to solve a math problem or like solve like some engineering problem. For me at least, it was very like chill. They did ask about like, oh, what I want to do with an engineering degree and like how I want to bring that further or like help the community and stuff like that. So I think it's really important to show like humility and show that you're a human in this interview, because that's the only time where you'll actually be like face to face with a representative from the university. Because other than that, they're just reading off a piece of paper, and that might not be as valuable as like meeting you in person. So I feel like it's really important for you to just like talk it out like a normal person and have it as like a conversation. Yeah.
Right. I think I can speak a bit about my experience too. Like I expect, interview like this very conversational. But I got like this one Princeton tiger, you call it, right? Oh my God, like first she was like so busy, like she was in her office, and then when I got in, I expected like her to like ask me like, tell me about yourself, what's your name? No, but like the first question is, so what do you want to do in like Princeton, like what major are you interested in? And then I was like blah blah blah, like I want to do information science. And then she was like, so what project have you done? And then like, what book have you read? And then like, so what do you want to do in Princeton in your future, blah blah blah. Everything is so technical. And then it was only like lasted for 30 minutes. It's supposed to be like 45 minutes to 1 hour each, right? And then she was like, okay, I need to work, bye. I was like, okay, yeah, because she was like constantly looking around, like is anyone like looking for her to work or something? It's totally like understandable. All these people are, you know, busy, busy, busy. Yeah, so definitely be humble and also be friendly and shoot them a thank you email. Yeah.
Thank God she didn't interview me.
Yeah, I'm like, oh my God, yeah. Okay, right. So next question, we have like, what is your expectation before you apply to the college, and also the reality after like you have gone through like, you know, all the application, interview, and also accepting the offer?
Well, for me, when I first got rejected, I applied early to Stanford and got rejected. I felt like really down. It was really like upsetting for me. And I just like took the whole day off, like couldn't write essays, couldn't do anything, just stayed in bed. And then like one of my friends came over, gave me ice cream, and I felt like better. But yeah, other than that, like I feel like I put a lot of value into like what these universities thought of me at the time, and that was like such a horrible mindset. And I felt like a bit overconfident. Like I said, I was like, oh, 2 hours, they want me for real. But no, they didn't want me. But yeah, at that time, I felt like I put too much value of what they think of me. And I realized like after going in, like I feel like truly like, I felt like redirected towards the right direction. And it was really important that I found a university found me, and I found them as well. So it's really important for you to like whatever university you get accepted to, that they value you as your person and they see that you are fit for that university. It's very subjective, but it just makes sense because I feel like at Princeton, like everyone there just like fits and they belong there. So it's important to realize that your value is not tied to like your number of acceptances or whether or not you get rejected from a university. So that was like my expectation versus like reality for me.
For me, I mean, expectation, of course, is going to be like, oh, this is going to be so hard. But when I applied ED Wharton, UPenn, sadly rejected, didn't even defer me. And I kind of had a similar experience. I was like sleeping the whole day. I didn't want to write essays. But the second thought, I don't know, I just saw a video or something, and it kind of like inspired me and stuff. So I was traumatized, and I applied to like 25, 26 other universities. I also applied ED to NYU Stern, BPE. It's a business school, but they put me in NYU Shanghai. So, and if you apply to NYU, for those who don't know, you can apply NYU, and then they give you like a secondary choice if you want to tick, which is NYU Shanghai or NYU Abu Dhabi. So if you don't get into NYU, they might put you in Shanghai or Abu Dhabi. Shanghai is not a bad place, but that wasn't like a good business school for me to go. But then when you write so many essays, and all this, you kind of do some soul searching while doing these kind of things, because you normally don't think about the things that you write in your essays. And as well, like I personally found a bit therapeutic when you write these kind of essays, when you write so many. And also a takeaway of applying early decision. For those who are applying early decision, please don't get fooled by the higher acceptance rates. They are chosen from a smaller pool of people, and chances are the pool of people are most qualified, like really, that those people really want to go to that university, and some of them are legacy kids, recruitment athletes. So you're competing with like the most qualified pool of people, but they have higher acceptance rates. So they admit a higher acceptance rate because smaller pool of people. So if you do the math, you do regular decision, you're competing with a lot of people, but they might not be as qualified as people in the ED pool, if you know what I mean. And also, another takeaway would be time management. Don't be like me when mostly all the universities, I kind of like submitted it 1 hour, 2 hours before. Because later, if like the payment doesn't go through, then yeah, all the hard work goes to bust. So yeah, that's my takeaway, and that's also, yeah, that's my takeaway, yeah.
Right, since we are running out of time, so we'll proceed with Q&A. Please feel free to scan and then send us the question through Slido. Oh, we have lots of questions already. Just take this.
Okay, Azhar.
For Azhar, as someone who is currently doing A-levels at Sunway with some subject combination, subject combination as yours, how do you handle the stress? I'm halfway dying. I was too, bro. I was too. Yeah, time management is important. I feel like because a lot of people here might be applying to the UK and the US as well. I must say that prioritizing is important. Learning what you want to prioritize. So I didn't really want to go to like Cambridge or anything like that. So I didn't like study hard enough for the test. So I put low priority for that, and my high priority was like writing essays and studying. So because I felt like a bit confident whenever my A-level subjects were going okay. So I didn't like, my main priority was studying for A-levels and US applications, and I put low priority for the UK.
All right, there's a question about if I'm applying for uni in 2025 intake, is it too late for me to have passion project, planning to major in data analysis? It's never too late, my guy. I was, when I founded the Young Investors Program, it was during my junior to senior year. So it's not too late, because these passion projects, it's about how you deliver it to people, how you write the essays. It's not about like how big your achievements are, you know. You can teach like five students, and you talk about the impacts and how you touch them, like using the stories, you know, and it will definitely be successful. So I don't think it's too late. It's definitely like you have more than enough time. So, yeah.
All right. Next question. Will the schools only look up to achievements/competitions globally recognized? And the answer is no. Although it might look good, but you are competing with all these students who also represented their schools or their nations in the global stage. So I feel like it's more important to also realize that you want to have unique experiences that some people who are applying as well never had or will never have. So yes, they do recognize global ones, but they also recognize whatever you do at home, whatever you do for your family, or whatever you do for your community. So I feel like it's fine if you just write something small too.
This one is to me. If I really want to apply and get into Wharton, should I do regular decision instead of ED? That's a good question. Depends on your profile. If you think you're, super brilliant, I mean, why not, right? Because the thing is, when you apply to ED, they can defer you to regular decision. I would say that the worst that they could do is defer you to regular decision if you're like super brilliant, if I would say. But I wasn't super brilliant, so they rejected me straight. So I think you should, if you really want to go there. It shows kind of like demonstrated interest, saying that if I get accepted to this uni, I'm only going to this uni, if you know what I mean. So definitely have some consideration about that, but also consider that it'll be tougher for you to get in if you compete with other more competitive students.
Other question from the floor.
All right, we'll take a question from the floor.
Okay, hello. For further maths, how much do you think your further maths subject impact your admission to the university, especially for the chemical engineering major? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. So you know how we're doing A-levels, and at the US they have like AP subjects and like all these other things. So when it comes to A-levels, they want to show like, oh, this guy is willing to do like the hardest course. But that is all like subjective, I would say. It's not like some people get in without taking further maths. So it is like it might be a plus. I'm not sure because all the information is like not disclosed, at least at Princeton. So yeah, I think it does help. And even if it doesn't help with applications, it has helped me in like studying right now. I feel like I fared better than some of my classmates that didn't do A levels or didn't do further maths. So I would say it's very subjective. So yeah.
May I add to that? So further maths is also really important, I feel like, for business schools. I think for the fact that I took business studies and not further math, because I was considering further maths, that's one of the reasons why I was like 3-0 for like business schools. So definitely further maths have advantage. Like it gives you an advantage if you go business schools. It shows that you can do all those accountings, financial modeling. It'll be easier for you. You take harder courses. So yeah.
Wait, to add on, you might need to consider whether you want to transfer credit. Because I know like for further math, some school allows you to transfer your credit, but not for Cornell.
I think we'll take one question from here. And how did you demonstrate involvement in your community? Does it need to be through volunteering? So I find this question a bit like annoying because, not annoying, but complicated. So I wouldn't go into a volunteering club just so I can write about it in my essays. I wouldn't help my community out just so I can write about my essays. I was already tutoring and I was like, okay, I think that this reflects well. I think this is what they want, so I'll just talk about tutoring that I'm already doing. So it's important for you to find like volunteering experiences or helping your community out that is true to you and that you really want to do, not just because you want to write it in your essay. So I think that that is really important and not just for your CV buff and stuff like that.
Hello. Okay. So I have two questions. So first of all, it's about the theme that was mentioned while writing our application. So like, is it advantageous for the Common App essay, like the main essay itself, to have the same theme with all of our supplemental essays? Or what if I want to write them about reflection or self-introspection, which is not really related to the course which I want to pursue, but I explain like it is the qualities that shape me today. And also my second question is, for the interviews, will the interviewers question us about what we wrote in our essays?
I think that, okay, I could give a short answer for the second one. Second one is no. They won't ask. They don't see your essays. First question about a theme, right? So when you write about Common App and, your personal statement and then your supplementary essays, yes, there is a theme, right? But you don't want to overlap it completely. Like, you don't want to write the exact same thing, but imagine as your personal statement as episode 1, and then your supplementary essays is somehow the same theme, but it's a continuation. It's a different side, but it's not completely overlapping. Because if it's too similar, it's going to be like, oh, he's telling this story again, you know what I mean? So, like what Gayan said yesterday, also there's like a circular thing. You got to come back to your whole brand, your whole theme. So yeah, it doesn't have to be completely different and also completely the same. Do you get what I mean? Yeah, definitely. Like, if you want to show a different side, I wrote about my cat. Like, I didn't mention anything about my cat. My cat the name is Tigress. It's a white cat. It's very cute. And questions from the floor. Do you want to take one?
Okay, you want to take?
We'll take one here and then.
The question is, how can we make up for poor internal grades despite being a good student the whole time and having a good record? So I think this was explained yesterday, that there is like a externality section in the Common App or like a lot of the application portals that you can explain, like, I was having a rough time, something was going on with my family, I just couldn't do anything about it. And they understand, these universities are very understanding and very flexible. And another tip might be to approach your counselors and explain to them. I have friends who had like problems with their grade, maybe like one bad grade, and they just like came to their counselor and explained it to them. And I think they probably like, maybe the counselor wrote to the university or like either wrote about it within the counselor recommendation. Yeah. Question from the floor?
Hello. So I want to ask, when it comes to like the interviews, right? Mainly the IVs, are you expected to like know about your university, like the facilities around them, like the professors? How much are you expected to know about them, and like can you give tips on like how to know more about it?
I think we have a panel discussion about acing the interviews. I don't want because we don't have time, so I think you should keep that question for the next one.
Okay.
That's a question, interesting question.
All right. Is it important to study at KY to get into Princeton? Especially if you are self-paying. No, I'm from KY. I got rejected anyway. Right.
Tell us a bit about your deal. Yeah. Oh, I don't know. Where else? That's a good question. If I were to be rejected during early edition, can I reapply to the same uni for regular edition? No. If they flat out rejected you from ED, no, they just don't want you. So, and then, but if they defer, it's called deferral. They might say your admission has been postponed to regular edition. That means that your application has been moved to the regular decision pool using the same essays, the same whatever you applied. So that's also one bad thing about ED is that you can't like really revise your common essay. That's what I did, by the way. Like after I got rejected from ED, I kind of took my personal statement and kind of like refine it a bit, like refine some of the supplementary because I thought that that was one of the reasons why I didn't get in.
Okay, one question from Slido. When writing an essay, how personal should you go? It should be like personal, because okay, this is like a sad story. I shared my essay with my mom after getting accepted, and she's like, "Is this what got you in?" She was like questioning like, "How did I get in with these essays?" So she didn't understand the value it had, but I understood the value that my personal statement has. So that's how, in terms of that, like that's how personal it should be. It shouldn't be like a sob story, but it's something that you write and you understand yourself. Because if my mom didn't understand it, then other people might not understand it as well. But that's why I think like Princeton understood it and I understood it. So that is something that we have like that. We share like similar values and stuff like that. So yeah.
One last question. One last question. To the floor. Okay, like the floor. Sorry. Because I was like, you know what? It's okay again.
Hey guys, I wanted to ask, how would you do you have any tips on how to show interest in your essays when you actually don't have interest in the course that you're applying for?
Well, that's very being dishonest, my guy. You don't do that. But I have a friend, I don't want to say who, but she applied to political science, but she wants to do economics. But you try to get, there's a lot of people who like pursue courses that they are not familiar with, they don't know a lot about, like, because it's so advanced, because in uni you're going to learn it anyway, right? So you do like minor research. But I wouldn't recommend you like, pretend to like this course. Then what are you going to do after? Are you going to like switch courses? Well, we're all Asians, we have to go through the same thing, so deal with it.
Yeah, maybe you just don't know enough about your course yet. There has to be something within that course that you like. For example, when I was applying to UKS, I was like, is this really for me? Chemical engineering, it sounds very hard. But I started reading more books, I started watching YouTube videos and found that I do have like overlapping experiences that I enjoyed. And it just like takes time for you to like reflect on what you enjoy that overlaps with the course that you're intended to take. So yeah.
All right, thank you, and that's all from me. Woo. From us, sorry, from us. Thank you.
If you guys want any more questions afterwards, follow us on LinkedIn. Just ask him. Kaisen as well.
Hi everyone. That session was amazing. Thank you so much to our moderators and moderator and speakers. This is slightly wrong. We will come back after the short break at 11:05. So feel free to have a rest, have a walk, and use the restroom. And also take the opportunity to talk to the facilitators and speakers. starting the next session shortly. Next, we have a very amazing and interesting session for you guys. So let me welcome Tia and Melwin.
All right, so hi everyone. How's everyone doing? Come on, let me feel the energy. How's everyone doing? All right, so I hope all of you are energized for this session. Both of us are so excited to talk to you about extracurriculars. So without further ado, let's introduce ourselves. So hi everyone, I'm Melwin. I'm an incoming freshman at Stanford University. And my current engagements are a little bit trivial. Even my photo seems a bit trivial, but okay, I'm just in my chill era. You can call me a science geek and also a classical music addict. And I've recently become a Sarawak Laksa lover after my friend, shout out to my friend Edmund for bringing me to Kuching to having, letting me try Sarawak Laksa, even though I came from Penang, okay? All right.
Hi everyone, my name is Hasha Atia. You can call me Tia. I'm an incoming second year, also at Stanford University. I represent. Some of my current engagements include Architects Have Diversity, AOD, which Allison's part of it as well. I'm also part of Stanford's Deliberative Democracy Lab. Southeast Asia Exchange will be recruiting participants later in the fall, so look us up on Instagram if you're curious about that, and also just catching up with as many Malaysian friends as possible before flying back in late September. I'm a big Swiftie. I'd like to pretend to be a Taylor Swift club president somewhere, I guess, and then also, those are some of my favorite artists, and living in California turned me into a big boba lover, which I think Melwin will also be in a few months.
Yeah, but definitely with half sugar. I don't want to get diabetes. Yeah.
Okay, so for today, me and Melwin are going to talk to you about what ECAs are, what types are there, how exactly do you find impact opportunities, how do you start something of your own, and lastly, how do you navigate the anxiety of it all. So yeah, let's get started for today.
All right. Okay, so for those of you who need a refresher, but I think everyone in this room already knows what are ECAs. So ECAs are activities carried out by students that fall outside the realm of the normal curriculum of school education. So just a little refresher. Okay, so I'm going to jump into the importance of ECAs in the context of a US college application. So first of all, I think the biggest reason why ECAs are important is that they help highlight your passions and interests to the admissions committee. So usually, from what I've read, the admissions committee would look at your ECA list that you submit to them as a way to get a rough overview of who you are, what are you interested in doing, and what you generally do during your free time. So the admissions committee really wants to know who you are and what you do outside of the classroom. So, but what better way to show them than through your activities list? And I would say that through your activities list that you submit to them, it can either show that, one, you're a very passionate person, your spike, if your activity list is very focused, or it can also show that you're a well-rounded person. Like just now, Ashar and all, they talked about being well-rounded or having a spike. So it's really up to you and your application style to balance between having a spike and being well-rounded. And moving on to the next reason why ECAs are so important, I would say that nowadays grades aren't the only factor that will guarantee you admission. So there are just so many people out there with good grades, perfect SAT scores, getting straight A+ and everything, that it's going to be really, really hard for you, for the admission officer to distinguish between all of them. So the only way for you to stand out and show that you are different from the rest is through your ECAs and what you do outside of the classroom. You can talk about your experiences, your genuine reflections on those particular topics. Yeah, and I think a lot of people ask they have misconception. They were if you get a perfect 1600 in your SAT, will that help? Yeah, definitely it will help. If you get straight A+ and A stars in your A levels, your SPM and your IB, will that help? Yeah, definitely. But at the end of the day, I guess for the most of us in the applicant pool, there's always going to be someone out there who has better academic scores, better academic achievements than us. So it really boils down to what you do outside of the classroom to distinguish yourself from others.
And just to briefly add on to that, I actually had the chance to review my own application file after getting to Stanford, and I can tell you that 70 to 80% of it was my ECAs and also my interviews and what I talked about. So yeah, and for my SATs, I would say my score was really average, but yeah, just want to put it out there that there's really more to the application process than just your grades, and there's always an opportunity to show who you are through your ECAs as well.
Yeah, and I really agree with what Tia said. And this brings me to the next point, which is by actively involving yourself in ECAs, you'll be able to have unique stories to tell to the admissions committee. But here's a disclaimer. I'm not saying that you should just pursue these ECAs for the sake of, filling up your application or getting content to write in your essays in Common App and the UCs, but it's really if you actively involve yourself and commit your time to all these activities, you give your 100%, you're definitely going to learn so many new things through those activities. You're going to be facing challenges, you're going to be overcoming them, you're going to be learning, you're going to be becoming a better leader, you're going to have so much growth opportunities. So that is why ECAs are important, because when you're writing your college applications, you need to write about your reflections on all these things that you've been involved in. And I think the big question that we all have when we are trying to write our college essay is that we ask ourselves, what's our story? What are we actually going to write? So when it comes down to like that point, you actually can try to ask yourself, what are you actually interested in doing and all that? And I would say that the most important thing is that a lot of us may have like interesting stories from the classroom or something that began in the classroom, but at the end of the day, what we choose to do with those things actually ends beyond the classroom, which is again why ECAs are important. So now we've given all of you a glimpse of the importance of ECAs. I'll just be talking a little bit about the types of ECAs. So actually, can I have a show of hands of who's from Malaysian public high schools? Okay, I see there's a large majority. So I think all of you are probably familiar with the 4 categories, like service groups, pengawas, ketua kelas, uniform bodies, clubs and societies, and also sports. But if you look at the Common App, you'll be like, wow, what in the world? Why are there like 20 plus categories? Like when I first started out my application, I didn't even know what was like junior ROTC or like politics, or I didn't even know that work was considered as an ECA. So to help all of you make it simpler, I've broken it down into 9 categories where you can choose to look at them. So the first is supercurriculars. Basically, it's related to your academic or career interests. It can be anything from like doing a research project related to your course. It could be anything related to like taking online courses related to your interested subject. So you could do it through edX or Coursera, and you can even join the relevant clubs, internships, and competitions. And the next one is, of course, community service. You can basically be involved in like fundraising, activism, anything of that sort. And the third category is visual and performing arts. So you could involve yourself in an orchestra, a band, just jam along with your friends. Even that is considered as an activity. So it doesn't have to be like, oh, I performed in like Day 1 Philharmonic Petronas or KLPAC, or like, I toured around with the Berlin Philharmonic or something like that. So it can be perfectly something, it's perfectly fine for you to do something that, is just for fun. Yeah. And of course, we have sports. I think it's pretty self-explanatory. Speech, Model United Nations, debate, or public speaking. And there's the student body, where you actually serve the school or improve the student welfare. So a lot of people, usually they would get themselves involved in like student council, prefectorial board, school press, publishing, class rep, or just emceeing for their school. But I think there are also other things that you can include in the student body. For example, if you're like the AJK keceriaan, like you're in charge of like making your friends happy. Yeah, and even if you're involved in like the cleanliness of your school and all that, it's perfectly fine to write that in your application. And yeah, moving on to the next one. Cultural, religious, and identity. I think this is pretty self-explanatory too. It's basically activities that help you connect to your roots and help you find your identity. And the next one I'm going to talk about is work experiences. So what constitutes a work experience? It can be anything that is a paid job. So it could be full-time, part-time, or freelance. And I think what's really important for all of us to note here, a lot of people have the misconception that when they're filling in their ECAs, they only think that, oh, if I've shadowed like XYZ CEO in like some mega corporation, then only I'm going to put it in my application. But if I'm just like, working at Starbucks, then I'm not. But that's actually totally wrong. It's perfectly fine for you to write any at all work experiences in your application, because both of them are equally meaningful. It's really what you take away from those experiences and how you portray them in your application that matters. And of course, even family responsibilities count. So a lot of people may think that, oh, how is taking care of my younger sister relevant to like applying to the US? But because it actually shows that you're a caring person and you actually like fork out the time to take care of your family. I mean, who wouldn't want to see someone who's out there taking care of their family, right? That's something really positive, and that's something that universities really value. As like Dominic Toretto in Fast and Furious said, anything for family. Yeah, family. And the last category for other activities, I think it's a bit of an explanation of the previous ones that I've said. So these activities that you involve yourself in, a lot of the times they overlap with so many different other categories that I've mentioned just now. So the activities that you pursue could be highly intersectional. It could be anything and everything in between the categories that I've mentioned just now. So for example, if you're a computer science major and you're involved in volunteering at an NGO that teaches coding to underprivileged communities, obviously you're already going to be touching into the supercurricular section because it's related to your course. And secondly, it's going to touch into community service because you're helping the community. And to a certain extent, it could even count as cultural, religious, or identity if you so happen to be helping the community or like the community that you are related to. And of course, the activities that you pursue aren't only limited to the school activities offered by your school or your institution. It could be external organizations, or you can even start your own project, which Tia and I will cover later. So, yep, handing it over to Tia.
Okay, thank you, Melwin, for explaining what ECAs are and giving a refresher of what it entails. So now I'm going to give you guys a few tips on how to exactly find impact opportunities, especially beyond high school, because you want to explore new avenues and perhaps explore new pathways to exploring what you're passionate about. So the first suggestion that I have for you is Wiki Impacts Directory. I actually interned with them before, and what they do is they have a website where they kind of like showcase what NGOs are doing, the developments in the civil society landscape, and part of that directory is this one where you can literally have like, you can literally select the filters that you need, and typically for students of your age, I would suggest like internship, part-time, or volunteer, and they'll list down like opportunities available related to, relating to the filter boxes that you've clicked. And then, for example, here there's like project ID, which is like, was it really you part of it? Yeah, that, and also like women empowerment projects as well. And if you click each of these boxes, you can actually see the job description and also the qualifications that you need, and also the link on where to apply. So it's all very, like, it's such a one-stop place, and you can find a lot of opportunities available here. So yeah. This is an example of what it looks like. And when you click it, it's going to detail a few more things, specific role qualifications as well. Okay, and the next suggestion I have for you is joining newsletters. So this is Charisma Movement. I think some of you might be part of it. But basically, if you look up NGOs, they typically have a website or like a link in their Instagram description where they detail where their newsletters are. So be sure to sign up for the ones that you're curious about and want to engage more actively with, because sometimes they would like update their inner circle first before publishing on social media, for example. So yeah, if you want to be the first to know, be sure to subscribe to newsletters. The organization that I mentioned earlier, Southeast Asia Exchange, also has a newsletter. International organizations like Girl Up and She's the First also has newsletters. So yeah, me and Allison again. But yeah, so yeah, just be more, try to be on the lookout for these opportunities as well. And my next example is actually an algorithm. So if you open Instagram, right, and then if you look at the message bar there, there's a small person icon next to it. So if you click it, it actually reveals a whole row of suggested profiles related to what you're just looking out for. So let's say if you're browsing Women's Aid Organization, you're going to find other organizations who are also doing similar work, or other advocacy groups in that impact space. If you're looking for something related to like the environment, you're also going to find similar suggestions there. So if you want something like quick and easy, this is an easy way to go about it. And actually, that method was what me and my friends used to create this. So if you're part of KY, then you would know Hero Society. Ooh, does anyone? Yeah, so this is like a volunteering society in KY. And what we wanted to do then was basically connect people in the college to NGOs that align with their like passions and interests. And if you can see here, or you can scan for, this will lead you to the database. So yeah, do take your time to scan this, and like it's public, so you can share it to people as well. As you can see down there, there's like different tabs according to different impact areas that you might be passionate with. So they're passionate in. So there's like diversity, equity, inclusion. Let me try to go back. And there's like education, environment, women's empowerment, health, political awareness, poverty alleviation, STEM, and other specific issues like child protection against like sexual harassment and things like that. So, but do note that this was made like 2 years ago, so some of them might be inactive at the moment. But if you click on the profiles, all of it's attached there. You might be able to find relevant organizations just by clicking the algorithm again. So yeah, just use like all of these methods in tandem with one another to find what you're really curious about. Okay, and so this example, think tanks, it's like a bit harder because most of them prioritize graduate students or seniors and juniors, so third year and fourth year students. But it's worth trying, and I do know friends who have had engagements with think tanks by sending them cold emails. So I do know that Ideas has a specific program for high school leavers, so you can check that out as well. But what I would recommend is going to their website and looking at the publications that they have and research papers or series that they have ongoing, and then like cold emailing them about it to see if like there's an avenue for you to contribute, because people actually really appreciate curiosity. Like for me, like even in university now, I like to email people randomly, like if they're doing something, if they're researching something I'm curious about. Sometimes I would just like have a brief like Zoom call with them, and then from there it would lead to something else. So I know some of you might not be familiar with cold emailing. It's basically like, hi Professor XYZ, hi Dr. XYZ, I'm Tia, I'm a student at blah, 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 and then like I've been reading something, and then I'd be curious to hear like your insights. I think this, and I'd love to know more about like what you think in terms of like, yeah, this and that. But if you want to know more about that in particular, you can come see me after this session, or you could also, I think there's also a lot of available resources online as well, so you could look into that as well. And yeah, like just like a summary of like what we talked about today, send emails, ask around, be curious. For example, like the Wiki Impact opportunity I took just now, like I got to know about Wiki Impact through Hannah Amran, which is one of the core committee for this event. So yeah, shout out to Hannah Amran. So yeah, and that, and not just that, but also like, for example, my internship right now, I'm actually interning with Architects of Diversity. That was also true, like word of mouth and like hearing what my friends were previously engaged in. So just ask people, and like that'll lead you to places that you may not expect. So yeah, that's all for getting impact opportunities, but feel free to ask questions later if you need more information. Okay, so now we've talked about like impact opportunities, but what if the specific area they're interested in, like you can't seem to find an organization tackling that? What if there's a gap that you're hoping to fill? So I'll pass it over to Melvin.
All right, so thank you, Tia. Tia has done a fantastic job introducing us to the opportunities, but now we're gonna talk about what if you wanna start something of your own. How can you get it started? So, tada, I'm introducing to you passion projects, if you haven't already know it. So passion project is basically a personal project that someone undertakes out of a strong interest or curiosity in a particular topic, idea, or skill. So there are quite a few benefits of starting a passion project. I'm just going to go through them really briefly. So obviously it shows your passion, it shows what you really love to do, and of course it shows universities that you are a self-starter. So universities really value students who take things into their own hands, like take learning into their own hands, or take helping people into their own hands. So they really value people who take the initiative to get things done. And starting a passion project also shows personal growth, because as I've mentioned just now, if you really commit yourself to doing it, you'll be facing so many challenges in like starting your own project. You're going to be learning so many new things, and through there, you're going to be able to find yourself. You're going to be able to further explore your interests. And last but not least, it's going to help you build a focused or spiked application. So, of course, a passion project demonstrates your passion in a particular field. So, in the context of college applications, by carrying out a passion project, you're able to demonstrate to the admissions committee that you are someone who is focused and someone who has a really deep understanding of whatever you are interested in. But again, disclaimer, it's not because of getting into unis that you're going to start all these passion projects. Yeah. So I know that some of you may feel like, oh, how in the world am I going to start my own project? It seems so complicated and all that. I think that's what all we had all of us had in mind too when we first started out, like exploring and seeing what we could do for our like projects or what we wanted to launch, what initiatives we wanted to do, right? So here's a couple of pointers. First of all, you can identify a unique problem in your community. So you can ask people around you, people who are closest to you, what are they facing, what are the problems that they are facing, and what can be done to address those problems. And I think a common misconception when it comes to applying is that people would think that, to put this in my application, I would have to, create a multi-million-dollar refugee crisis program to save like 500,000 impoverished children from like starvation. That is absolutely not the case. You don't have to do that. You can start from those closest around you, even your friends, your neighbors. You can check in on them. You can see if they need any help. You can even launch like mental health awareness campaigns or mental health programs to like help those around, those closest to you. So starting small is perfectly fine. It's nothing wrong for you to write about in your application. And for the second tip is that you can ask yourself these questions to generally get a direction of what you're interested in and what you are actually going for in life. So you can ask yourself, what are you passionate about? What you enjoy doing during your free time? How can those skills or whatever that you know be applied to further develop to help others? And also, what are your skills and talents? And of course, the third pointer is that you should definitely collaborate with others. Now, I understand that for like personal projects where like you're going to like explore your intellectual curiosity or like learn a new skill such as coding, it doesn't have to be a team effort. But if you're thinking of like launching initiatives to like help people or like reach out to people, then you are definitely going to need more manpower and brain power to get you to where you want to go. So this is the part where you work with friends who have similar interests and together brainstorm with them how you can, launch this project or initiative that you're planning to do. And you can definitely reach out to community organizations, also local businesses for partnership opportunities or like advice. Or as what Tia mentioned previously, you can just cold email professors or experts to give advice if you are especially trying to involve yourself in a STEM research project or something of that sort. All right, so here are some examples of passion projects. It's a good reference for you to look at. These are what some of my friends have worked on or some I've even personally worked on. So you could host a podcast to talk about women empowerment. You can found a community project that addresses education inequity. You can initiate a research project that reduces infectious disease outbreaks. So that's what I personally did back in high school. I did a high school science research project that used natural solutions to kill off mosquito larvae to stop the spread of dengue. So like that's one of the things I did. You can even organize and perform at a concert to raise funds for mental health groups. You can develop a software or innovation that helps the elderly with mobility issues. But again, we're just going to emphasize that don't do it just for the sake of college apps. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been called like a passion project, right? You might as well call it like, getting into the college project or like, university applications project, right?
Yeah, and to add to that, like, personally, I find the application process such an introspective process where you can learn so much about yourself. So personally, when I went to went for my A-levels, I was supposed to do economics, technically under my scholarship, but it was like during college where I started and like exploring new things and opportunities. That my heart was elsewhere, and that's when I discovered that I was really interested in the social sciences and specifically sociology and psychology as well as human rights. So those are the things that I'm doing right now in Stanford, and those like realizations I probably wouldn't have come into them if I didn't engage myself more actively or put myself out there. So take this opportunity as a means to learn more about yourself and discover what you really want. In my case, I went up to my scholarship manager and asked to, and explained why I knew that I could do so much better in this field. And thankfully, they let me switch. And I can say that I've been really academically fulfilled in Stanford, learning what I actually love. And I would really encourage all of you to take this opportunity as well to learn what it is you're really passionate about and take it from there.
Yeah, and I think it's really important for you when you're like pursuing all these ECAs to make sure that you actually communicate your authentic and genuine interest and involvement in that project, because I think that the admissions committee, they are really experienced people. They've read like thousands of applications every year, each member of the admission committee. So they will definitely know if you're being like superficial with your involvements or if you're just like doing everything like half-hearted. They will definitely see through you. So make sure that you really do something because you're passionate about it and not just because you think that, that's going to help me in my applications. Yeah. All right, so we've talked a little bit about the opportunities and like how you can start your own project, but now I'm going to talk a little bit more about how you can choose these activities out of like so many opportunities out there, right? All right. So here's a couple of pointers. So first of all, I think it's very important for you to like choose activities that develop your existing skills and interests, but at the same time, you can also choose activities that would allow you to go beyond your comfort zone and explore new ones. So what I mean by this is that you can try to show the admissions committee that you're actually someone who is open to learning new experiences, someone who is willing to take on new challenges, but at the same time, you remain equally committed to the things that you love doing and you are really interested in bringing them to the next level. And I guess the next tip is also kind of related to what I said just now. Focus on quality, not quantity. So it's best for you to be involved in just a couple of ECAs and really, give your 100%, put everything into it and make sure that it's something that you really enjoy doing rather than, just joining like every single club available in your school just for the sake of, getting the chance to fill in your application, fill up like the whole list of activities. That's not how it works, especially for US applications. Again, like the admissions officers would know if you're just like doing things superficially and not actually committing yourself. And I guess the next pointer is to seek growth opportunities. So what I mean by this is that you can actually take charge in the organization or club that you are planning to involve yourself in, and not just like blindly like follow and like just go around where people ask you to do. So I'm not saying that you should become like president or leader in every single club that you join, but I'm trying to say that if you choose to involve yourself in that particular activity, make sure that that activity would offer you the personal room for you to like grow the club and improve it, or even have a small space for you to launch your own initiative within the club itself. And this brings me to the last pointer, which is have the greater good in mind. So I know this may seem a bit of a far-fetched. Most of us join ECAs for our own personal development to improve ourselves, but I think it is important to note that when you choose to involve yourselves in ECAs, you can also think of what is the best way for you to impact others positively. So I don't mean that you should just join community service activities, like every single one of your activities should be community service, but rather when you join the club, think of how you can impact those around you. Like for example, you can learn new skills from a particular club and you can apply it into other things in real life where you can actually help people, or you can take on the role of mentor in your club and guide your juniors, coach them, and actually make them become like better debaters or speakers. Yep. And this is just a little bit of our activity list. We'll just be sharing a little bit of our thought process on like how we like categorize them and like how we like wrote the descriptions. So this is mine. As you all can know, I'm really interested in like STEM. So I made sure that those on the top two was my involvements in STEM. So I talked about my research project. I talked about my involvement in like the Science and Math Society. And another cause that I'm really passionate about is also education inequality. So I'm really interested in like that too, especially after SPM where I had the chance to like intern at like Project ID. It really helped me realize that I could do so much more for the education community. So I included like 3 involvements in community service, but it's geared towards education inequality. And my work experiences are also centered around education inequality and also like STEM, because I had to curate and design like interactive websites under like Frog VLE. And the last 3 is more trivial, like it's what I really do for fun. So I was involved in like MUN, I was involved in playing the clarinet and playing the violin with my friends, and I was just like involved in like teaching Mandarin to some of my friends at KY. So that's my list, and here's.
Okay, thank you, Owen. So for mine, if you notice, like most of this was done after high school. So again, I'd like to reiterate that there's time for you. Can we not take pictures maybe? Yeah, I'd really appreciate if this is like just for you guys. And if you guys do take pictures, this is for your own personal reference. Okay, so going back to what I was saying earlier, most of these are done like after high school. So like if you're thinking that, oh, there's not enough time, I think there is, but yeah, we'll touch on burnout later. So be careful on that as well. But yeah, as you can see, like the first half of my application was more of like identity-based inclusion, because that's an issue that I really care about. So whether that's on the tangents of gender or like race or like migrant rights, for example, I personally find that my interests like pool around there. So I prioritized the first half for that. And my second half was when things get a little more like diverse. There's like, I'm also passionate about like mental health, so there's like my peer support group and also Hero Society. And yeah, so yeah, I think that's like briefly my breakdown. Okay, yeah, we just want to do a brief pulse check on the room. So if you guys can like scan the QR code, we'd love to hear like how you're feeling right now. Is this like overwhelming, or are you guys excited? Are you guys, yeah, would just love to know how the room's feeling at the moment.
Oh, wow.
Thank you. Hungry? Okay, lunch is after that.
I see overwhelmed. Understandable, perfectly
Understandable,
understandable.
Yeah. Intimidated.
Intimidated, yes, definitely.
Okay, lunch is really.
Very, very hungry. Okay, actually, I am hungry too. I skipped the breakfast for this.
Okay, I guess hungry is overarching theme. Okay, I'll just proceed. Okay, thank you everyone for those responses. Yeah, I guess like this is probably one of the things that we'd like to emphasize most on because, yeah, we understand leading up to applications, there's like a lot of anxiety surrounding it and you feel like you haven't done enough. Like personally, when I was applying to Stanford, I was like binging on so many YouTube videos and like finding out that other applicants have performed at Carnegie Hall when they were like 14 or participated in the Olympics. And not kidding, I actually have a like batchmate who does go to the Olympics. And like,
Eileen Gu,
yeah,
right?
Eileen Gu.
Yeah.
And then there's like, yeah, we all know like people going to like world debate tournaments, for example. But like when I say this, it's really not the scale that matters as so much as how it has impacted you personally. Yeah. So again, like I looked at my application file right after getting to Stanford, and it was really not like the size of the things that I do at all, but rather like how it the whole process transformed me. Trust me when I say that, like, if you do things just for the sake of the applications, again, like just what Melvin said earlier, it can come off so clearly in your interviews because you won't be able to articulate it as well as you would if it was really something that rang true to you. So yeah, just like an emphasis on authenticity because it'll really like carry through to what you do in your application process. So yeah, these are some of the things that me and Melvin felt. Some of you may find this relatable. Yeah, feeling like it's not like related to your course or not diverse enough or not reflective of what you're really looking for. I think I'd like to just remind everyone that that's totally normal. But yeah, like lean into your friends, lean into people who care about you, and trust that you'll always get where. Okay, I think we should go to the next slide. Yeah, so this is like generally our advice. Firstly, like stay with what feels true to you. It's so rewarding when you invest in what you're really, really curious about, what you're really passionate about, and that will need a lot of inner work. So before you can even embark on these opportunities, you need to know like what it is. You have to like ask yourself those questions first and not do things without intention. Like yeah, having that intentionality in what you do is super crucial. Yeah, like Ashar said, like don't stretch the truth because these people are super experienced and they can tell. Pace yourself well. So like on burnout, I think I was like guilty of this as well. I think my friends would know. Like I think I was doing it out of excitement, but I think there was a point where I was kind of like piling on too much work on myself, and that impacted my ability to show up for the people who were counting on me. So yeah, just be careful with like how you arrange your schedule and your timelines for the application process because you want to be sure that you can, show up for people and be your best self in like the things that you are doing, and also academics as well. Like if you're burned out doing extracurriculars, then that might impact your grades and that might trickle into other things as well. So yeah, I think balance is super crucial, and resting as well, mental health, that's all. I think striking a balance there will really facilitate the whole application process for you even better. Lastly, trust that you'll get where you're meant to go. I think I really believe in like manifesting / also trusting, having that self-trust. I know it's really daunting and it can feel really intimidating to hear what everyone else is doing, but I think at one point you need to realize that everyone's journey is different and yours will inevitably look different than everyone else, but that doesn't mean yours is any less valuable as important. So yeah, trust yourself a little bit more, a lot more actually.
Yeah, and I would say that when it comes to like ECAs, right, the two most important takeaways would be to be passionate, just do what you love, and just go all out, and enjoy the things that you do and all that, and make sure you actually take away like really good insights from those experiences. And I think the second pointer is to be authentic. So like don't exaggerate, don't brag. Like in the ECA list, you get to indicate how many hours and all that. So there's only like 52 weeks in a year and 168 hours a week. So don't stretch, don't exaggerate, don't lie in your application. It's not going to help you. And again, about burnout, like what Tia said, if you involve yourself in too many activities, you're going to be feeling so stressed, especially if you want to do like really well in like each and every one of them. So make sure that you just pursue the right amount of ECAs. Don't do too many, don't stretch yourself, and learn how to take breaks sometimes. Yeah, I think that's all we have to say. We can jump into the Q&A now.
So now we'd love to hear what you think, any questions specifically. Hello? Yeah, so in the meantime, any questions from the floor? Do scan that. Can we have a device? Any questions from the floor?
Hello, it's me again. So about passion projects, right? I don't think I have the time to go and like start up a new community organization or do something big, but I do have like something in mind. It's a very goofy project. So it is something that I am passionate in, and it does have a lot of personal meaning to me, and it also relates to my degree somewhat. But it is not like going to impact everyone else around me. More of just like a thought that something that's been going through my mind, but never really thought of solving. But for some reason, I'm just gonna try and do it. So for like these like very small passion projects, do you think that it will be effective, or like not really effective, but will it give an impact to university applications compared to like large passion projects, like something that is revolutionary compared to something like what I'm doing, which is not that big, but something that I truly am interested in?
Okay, so I would say that the short answer is yes. As long as you love doing it, you can definitely write it in your application. And I would say that it doesn't really matter about like how impactful it is to like thousands of people out there. Like even like I said just now, if you're embarking on like a solo project to like explore your intellectual curiosity, or like just learning something new, or like solving something with like solving a problem that you've never solved before but you really want to solve, that is perfectly fine. And I would say that what's striking to me is that in my after I got into Stanford, the admissions officer actually like sent like a postcard to me, and I was quite shocked when she like said that she was like really inspired by my involvements in like not STEM but more on the like education inequality side. So I was like, oh, okay, like my biggest achievement was probably STEM related, but she didn't even mention about that. So it's more on like the small things that I worked on to like help like the education community. So I think that is an evidence that you don't have to like do a very large scale passion project to make a difference or like wow the admissions. Yeah.
I think I'd like to address that misconception that something has to be big in order for it to be meaningful. So I know a friend who's like a school mascot, and like she literally talked about it in her interviews, and I think like Common App application as well, and like even something like that, is something meaningful, and it's part of her character and speaks true to who she is, and now she's in Harvard. So like just saying that something that may seem small to you, or I guess like based on what society tells us is meaningful or like small, I feel like just try to get away from that mindset and realizing that even these small pieces of yourself are crucial parts of yourselves that you should showcase and you should be proud of as well. And again, like for like caregiving responsibilities as well, if you have like a sick parent, like those things are also like meaningful. It's not really necessarily about like scale and like impact or like building a well in a foreign country, like those are like such misconceptions about like the application process. It can be something that impacts you and also the people you care about. That's also something amazing in and of itself. Yeah. Oh, we have a lot of questions.
Yeah. I think there's one question saying that, oh, I'm done with pre-U and currently applying for unis, but I feel like I didn't do much. Seeing all the speakers' activities that they've done, I'm not doing enough. Okay, so I think this is a really like legitimate concern. I think like I had a friend like back in like KY, back in college. He actually told me that back in high school, he didn't have like much opportunities to pursue like extracurriculars. Like his school was like a small school. He didn't have like any interesting activities for him to join. So when he first came to KY, he was like a bit lost. Like he didn't know, like he felt like it wasn't enough. But like after 2 years, I can say that he's been really successful. He started like so many of his own initiatives, many of his own small projects, and he even got into like an Ivy League. So I think the thing that we need to answer here is that it doesn't matter how late you are in your application or how late you start or how late you plan to like do all these initiatives. As long as you have the will or as long as you are really interested in doing something, you can definitely start it. And I would say that it doesn't necessarily have to be like, oh, I already completed this thing, it's already successful, then only you write it in your application. It can be something that is ongoing, something that you are currently working on, something that you're still trying to figure out, something that you're still like thinking how to solve, or something that you're still having concerns about. It's perfectly fine for you to write that in your application.
One from the floor.
Oh yeah, sure.
Hi, my name is Arif. I just have a quick question. Did you plan your ACAs? Because from what I saw, it seems like very tailored. So did you plan it beforehand, or is it something that you joined as your interest grew? So you just went with the flow?
I went with the flow. I think my application is quite haphazard. Yeah, I feel like for me, I was like hopping from one thing to another. So when I joined Wiki Impact, that was my first exposure to Malaysian civil society, and that's when I got to know about women's rights and like minority rights, just knowing more about marginalization in Malaysia and the gaps that exist. And that's what led me to join like other organizations. So like AOD right now, I knew through Wiki Impact as well, partially. And then She's the First was also like part of that as well. There was like, it's like, again, what I said just now, it's a very introspective process. So when you embark on new opportunities that will lead you to another, you'll meet people who will introduce you to this organization and that organization, and for me, that was how I got to where I am now. And how about you, Melvin?
Yeah, I think for me, I can say that my passion for science actually started like really early on. So like early on in like high school, actually like one of my family members contracted like dengue, and it was like a turning point for me. I was really like interested in like addressing the issue of like mosquitoes and all that, and from there I actually like started my own like research into like looking to like how I can solve that problem. And that was where I really realized that the life sciences was where I'm going to head off to. And the thing about like my involvements in like education inequality, it actually came like shortly after like SPM. So at the time I was really wondering what I was going to do during my free time. As someone who is interested in STEM, you would probably expect me to like start like a STEM initiative or like a STEM like project or like continue going on like scientific projects. But it was at that time where I like pivoted a little bit. I took a detour. I joined like Project ID under an internship. They actually like asked me like if I was interested, because previously I joined one of their competitions about like delivering a lesson to like participants online. So that was one of the competitions, and they actually like offered me to intern for them to like work on like education inequality and some of the interesting projects that they were working on. So it was from there where I realized that STEM may come across as something that is really important, but if there's no basic education for children who need it, then they're not even going to even have the opportunity to think of, hey, I'm going to be involved in science, or I'm going to become like a doctor or a lawyer or something in the future. If you don't provide them basic education, they're not even going to be aware of the opportunities for them. So like that's how I pivoted into like education inequity, and how I had like 2 spikes. Yeah, technically.
Now I'll move on to questions from here, unless. Okay, so I'm seeing a few recurring themes around essays, or like at least articulating your stories in either your activities list or your essays. So for example, one of you asked that if you have a limit of 150 characters, how do you include everything you want to say? Do you talk about it in your essays or attach CV? So for me, like I didn't plan it, but I kind of like divided it into my interviews and my essays. Like somehow, yeah, it just ended up that way. So things that really, really mattered to me and I had like a lot to talk about, I would write it in an essay, either the Common App or the supplementary ones. And then things that I think would be more, how to say, I can articulate it better in a conversation, I would leave it for the interview. Can we go briefly to our example page? I think some of you were asking about the technicalities of writing the 150 description as well. So for me, I think me and Melwin have similar writing styles for this as well. It's like, so use like active verbs, and then like try to put measurable impact where you can. So if you do a fundraiser, then how many ringgit, how many members? Yeah, do you want to talk?
Yeah, I think for me it's pretty similar to like Tia's too. So I included like quantifiable impacts, like how many people like actually like learn something from this, or like how many hours you spend. Yeah, and or like for example, if you're doing like a fundraising activity, you can also like list down like how much money you have like raised for that particular cause.
Okay, some of you were also asking like whether self-learning guitar or learning a language, whether that counts. And yes, like big yes, put everything in.
Question from the floor.
What else? Any questions? Okay.
So most of the ECAs that were mentioned and were about like ECAs, like long-term commitments or like the positions that you hold. So I just want to ask, how about like the more short-term one, like for example, even competitions. What if like to join competitions, like you took maybe a month to prepare, and maybe like the whole competition period is like a week. So you talk about the week. Does it if it doesn't show like longevity, but it shows like the things that you're involved in, so how would that be considered?
No, that one, good question. Sorry, can we go back? so actually, the fifth one I have was just like it was a hackathon. It was like over a weekend. But like there was like a lot of preparation towards it. Like it was like a gradual, incremental process. But yeah, again, like what I'm trying to say is even those short-term engagements reflect like what you're interested in, right? So I think it's worth putting in there as well. Yeah. Any more questions on the floor? One more. Okay. One more. Okay, we have one more question left.
So like Stanford is very well known for academia and research. Could you guys share your experience and what made you genuinely excited about learning at Stanford?
So can you repeat your question? What and research?
Stanford is very well known for like academia and research,
Okay,
right?
okay.
Yeah. Could you share an experience? What made you like genuinely excited about
About
learning
Stanford?
at Stanford?
From the prompt, so this is, are you an admission officer? Okay. Oh, should I even share this? Okay, my friends know this, but my reason to going to Stanford was actually because of High School Musical. I don't know if you guys watched the last movie, Gabriella cycling around Stanford. So like, oh my gosh, that's so cool. And yeah, it's so funny, but that's actually like, I even brought it up in my interview, and like the interviewer thought it was funny. Okay, going back to your question, I think for me, I can speak to like, I think it's better for me to speak on like my position right now as opposed to how it was like a year ago, because I think I know more about Stanford now, and I like utilizing the resources available there. For me, I think it's like just a diverse array of interests, that niche like topic interests. So for example, like deliberative democracy that I'm part of right now. So that's like exploring how regular citizens like you and me can be engaged in policy making rather than making it exclusive to people in, you know, the higher up, like the elites and things like that. And then there's a political like polarization lab. They have so many labs, like digital civil sorry, Digital Civil Society lab. And then I don't know so much about STEM because I'm always on the other side of campus. Like, sorry, Melvin, he was asking me like, how the STEM part of Stanford looks like, but I'm more of the social science girly, so don't know much. But I can tell you that there's a lab or like a professor or like an organization for absolutely everything that you're interested in. And I think for me, it's just about putting yourself out there in order for you to find others and for others to find you. So in terms of like the deliberative democracy lab, I got the research assistantship by chance. Like I went to this talk by Stanford Women in Politics one night. It was like just like a last minute thing. It was like, oh my gosh, I saw the speaker and I was like, I've heard of her before. And then when I went to the talk, listened to what she had to say and thought it was really interesting. And after the talk, I went up to her and say, oh my gosh, like I'd love to know more about this. Like how do you how do you come across this? And then towards the end of the conversation, she was asking, wait, like, are you interested to like learn more about this? Because we were actually looking for a research assistant, and that's how like I ended up on landed my job. So just, I think someone also asked here, like, how do you stay active in ECAs in Stanford or in university? So yeah, that's my answer to that. I think it's just like putting yourself out there, and it's a bit like, it's a bit hard sometimes. I feel like, especially when you're like a minority, for example, like the only person of color in the room, which happens sometimes, I think. I think it's just like having that bravery and courage and self-trust that you have something to contribute to the table, and putting your best foot forward and just trusting that. Yeah. Thank you for your question.
Yeah, we have to end already, but I see that there's like so many more questions. So if you all don't mind later, like even during the booth session, Tia and I are going to be like sitting together to run the booth for like Stanford. So if all of you have like questions that are unaddressed, you can just come and look for us at the booth. So yeah, thank you all so much.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
What an inspiring session, right? Okay, next we have a really exciting panel for you guys. Remember all those horror stories we heard from the earlier panel about alumni interviews? Well, you don't have to worry because we'll help you ace the alumni interviews. So please welcome the moderator, Yu Xuan.
Hi. My speakers can come up too. Okay, so hi guys. My name is Yushen Long, and people in America call me Long for simplicity. I'm a rising sophomore at Wesleyan University, and today I am joined by.
Hi, my name is Alicia. I'm from the class of 2021 from the University of Pennsylvania. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Tasnim. Like in the US, I also have a moniker. They call me Taz. I'm from Columbia, just graduated, so class of 23, and I'll be going back there for my master's, like right after this. So, yeah.
All right, so from the sessions just now, you guys have a lot of burning questions about the alumni interview. So at the end of this session, you guys would understand what the why, the who, and the what of the alumni interview, and also how to navigate the alumni interview in the whole. And towards the end, we also have a Q&A session, so please participate in that. And let's jump straight into it. So let's start with the what, why, and who. What are alumni interviews?
Okay, I guess I'll start first, and Tasnim can take over if she has any stuff to add. But basically, the alumni interviews are a way for you, I guess a way for the college to get to know you from a different side than what you've submitted so far from your application materials. So the alumni interviewer doesn't actually know much about you in terms of what you've submitted so far. So when you do have this conversation even with the interviewer, it's a chance for the applicant to demonstrate maybe like a different side that didn't come out so much during the other application materials submitted, or to maybe go into more detail about a specific like area or something that really matters. Yeah, things like that.
I think like also it's a chance for you to kind of show how sincere and genuine you are about some of your like academic or extracurricular pursuits. It's also as much as a chance for you to learn about the college through this person's perspective, because like people like to talk about themselves. So, you know, you have the chance to ask questions at the end, and like you can ask them about how they found it and what their perspective was. And it's also a good chance for you to see if this college really is the right fit for you, because you are auditioning for this college, but the college is also auditioning for you. Yeah, it's about more the humanistic side of it, yeah.
So, Tasnim, you also mentioned that this interview is important for you to understand the college, right? But why do colleges want the interview? So I'm sure many of the people here are applying for both the UK and the US, and most UK schools do not conduct these college interviews. So why do the US schools do this?
Okay, I heard that there were some horror stories about interviews earlier today, and like Alicia and I were talking about this outside. Like, honestly, the interview is not that important. Like, I didn't even get one for Columbia, first of all, so it's not like a make it or break it factor. And like, it's more like if you are offered one, you should go. It's an obligation thing. You know, you want to be polite, you don't want to turn it down, and you want to also be able to show your opportunity, like show yourself. You want the opportunity to like talk more about yourself and show who you are. I'm sorry, what was the question again?
Why do you think the US colleges want to interview instead, like, you know, UK colleges, they don't really want to interview you or like want to get to know you?
So I think it's part of the like holistic applications process. Like we said, it is like a chance for the person to get to know you, and also like you kind of want this person to like you because they will advocate for you. Yeah, and like don't let that stress you out. You know, just be who you are, be authentic, because it can really show when you are not true to yourself.
Yeah, I guess just to add on to that, like Tassim said, it's not that important. It's definitely a helping factor if it does go well for you, but I wouldn't say it's like a definitely make it or break it kind of element. And also, it does really help with the holistic aspect of the whole US application process. It's a chance for your personality to shine and really demonstrate how you are going to fit in you know, with the community at that specific university, right? Because the person interviewing you has been a student there, and they know what it's like. And this interview is kind of a way to get a feel for what kind of person you are, and you know how you behave, things like that, like just personality traits, and to determine whether you're a good fit for a campus there.
So just to clarify for everyone in the audience, alumni interviews are conducted by people who studied in the university and have already graduated. But who exactly are these people? Like, are they admissions officers, or are they like working adults? Can you like run through that?
Like the name suggests, alumni interviews are run by alumni. They won't be run by admissions officers. There are separate things, like some schools will offer like interviews or quick chats with admissions officers if you go and tour the colleges, for example. But no, that's not what alumni interviews are. Alumni interviews are a chance for you to get to talk to someone who's, you know, been in your shoes before. Yeah, so they're run in that way.
Okay, moving forward to the how. How are alumni interviews conducted? Like, do you set up like a Zoom call? Do you meet in like a coffee shop? Or how does it generally go these days?
I think nowadays, post-COVID, there has been more of a shift towards like more virtual means, especially during the pandemic. If I understand, it was 100% virtual. Hello? Oh, okay. But in the past, I think it was mostly in-person chats, maybe at like a coffee shop somewhere, things like that, or even phone calls. So just sharing like from my experience, my interviewer was someone who lived in East Malaysia, so we had a phone call interview instead of like a face-to-face ones, compared to my other friends who had interviewers who lived within Klang Valley.
Yeah, it's like Alicia said. I did my interviews for 2 schools, I think, in person at a cafe. But those were the only interviews I actually had out of like all the 10 schools I applied to. And then, when I ran interviews, I ran them with like international students, not even Malaysians. So I had to do them over Zoom. I did one on campus just because they happened to be around. But yeah. So a lot of them have been online. Sometimes they might ask you to meet in person, but it should always be in a public place, okay? Don't put yourself at risk.
I think one of the main things where when you get an alumni interview is that they'll kind of tell you that, oh, we'll meet at this time to this time. And you usually range from around 45 minutes to an hour. So can you guys run through what do you guys talk about in the 45 minutes? Or like how the flow generally is?
Okay, so you might, how I've started mine is like with the dreaded question, tell me about yourself. That's always a classic. You want like an elevator pitch ready for that. But I think besides that, like you kind of just want to be authentic and have it like a nice free-flowing conversation because it is just a conversation at the end of the day. Sometimes interviewers might ask you to prepare a resume. So just maybe have one ready if you are going in person, or like you have it virtual and then they want you to send it just because they're nosy. They're not actually like asked to ask for a resume. But yeah, usually we just ask about like the interests and what drew them to the school, how they want to contribute to the community at the school, and like what kind of resources they want to take advantage of at this school. Yeah.
I'd say those questions are very relevant. I'd also add a little bit, sometimes they might ask about what the student plans to do like in the surrounding area. So like, because it's the part of, you're going to be living there for 4 years, your life is not going to be confined between like the 4 walls of the campus. You're going to be like out and about and interacting with like the larger community in that area as well. So maybe think about things like that. Like passion areas, being clear about what you plan to do, areas of interest, demonstrating things like that. I think that's it.
To add on to what Alicia said, I think the most important preparation that you can do for an interview is to really research what the school has to offer and what you plan to take advantage of. Because at the end of the day, that's, it's very generic to be like, oh, small class sizes, oh, good faculty to student ratio. Like those things are going to be true for a lot of these top colleges, right? So you can think about, for example, if I'm applying to Columbia, what is unique about Columbia that I can take advantage of and aligns with the narrative that I'm showing of myself to the admissions officers. For example, for me, part of my application was music. So a lot of things I really liked about music, and I know that New York has a huge Broadway scene, music scene, jazz scene, and I talked more about that and wanting to. This was in my application because I didn't have an interview, but I wrote about how I wanted to take advantage of that and really pursue my musical interests. Yeah.
Also for the alumni interviews, right? It's more of a very casual talk, I would say. But whereas universities in the UK, let's say Oxbridge, when they give the interviews, it's very technical and they want to judge you on your knowledge. So how would you say the US is different from this? And do you have to prepare any major related questions or major related research before you go to the interview?
Okay, I'd say in my experience so far, nothing as technical as an Oxbridge kind of application interview. I'd say maybe in terms of preparation, maybe just prepare your basics, things like the elevator pitch, tell me a little bit about yourself, strengths and weaknesses, times when you had challenges. These are very basic, generic interview questions. Then you want to prepare things like specific uni-type information, like what we were talking about, like doing your homework, doing your research about why you really want to go to this specific university and how you plan to contribute to the community there. And then maybe some general information about some areas of your own interest. So for example, if you're interested interested in like education inequality, and then you want to like go into that thread of conversation with your interviewer. Just prepare to have like all the facts, ready, so that you're able to like talk eloquently about the subject, show that you're well read, and you know your stuff basically. That's.
Yeah, so actually from the alumni interviewer's perspective, we don't get a lot of information about you. We get like your name, what high school you're from, where you're from, which like school within the uni or like college you're applying to, and like your prospective major, maybe. But you have to be prepared to answer questions about like, for example, let's say you are applying for economics, maybe like what drew you to economics, or like any specific economic opportunities, opportunities within the field of economics you might have at this college, stuff like that. Yeah. Just because we don't know much about you, we can ask about the things that we already do know about you, like your major and stuff like that.
How often would you say that the alumni has the same major as you, or graduated with the same major you intended to study?
I would say because we are from Malaysia and we will be interviewing Malaysians, I think it would be quite rare unless you apply for one of the more popular majors, like economics, for example. Yeah. Because I majored in East Asian studies and I don't think anyone's going to study that, so.
So the past day, or like the whole day today, we have been always pushing how the US admissions is very holistic in their application review. And it's not just purely grades. We consider extracurricular activities, your experiences, your essays. How does the interview kind of fit into this whole holistic review? And what do you say the weightage would be?
I think like you mentioned earlier, it's meant to be like a holistic process. So I'd say mainly it's from personality, fit, things like very intangible aspects that don't show up in other ways in the application, and to demonstrate. And I think maybe to just like connect on a human-to-human level with the interviewer themselves, right? To just demonstrate how you're not just some other statistic of an applicant applying to this prestigious school. So you definitely want to showcase your best side, any like unique ways to like identify yourself and make yourself memorable, because interviewers, some of them might have multiple people to interview within an application cycle, right? And so how it would work would be like the interviewer kind of has to like write up like a short little report with like their impressions of you and things like that, and that gets sent to be processed together with your application. So anything that can help support your application can come up in this interview. Sorry, what was the second half of the question?
I think mainly because a lot of students here have been asking like, interviews are very important in terms of like, you're finding internships, or like you're applying to like some schools in London, like the interviews can weigh a lot. But how does this compare to like alumni interviews in the US? Because sometimes when we apply to schools, like for example, I applied to like 20 US schools, but I only got 2 interviews. So how does that matter?
I mean, that was what happened. I would say because the interview is optional for pretty much like I think all schools except for Harvard, that like it does not really weigh on like whether or not you have an interview and whether it went poorly or not. It helps if it went well. But like let's say aside from the interview, your whole application is like 100%. It's like a pie, okay? And then like within that you'll have like your scores or your exams, and then your like essays and your extracurriculars. But I guess you could say the interview is like whether you have whipped cream on that pie or not. Like it's just like a supplemental thing. And also on that note, like this is irrelevant from the interview stuff, but if you have like passion projects earlier, like they were talking about, like I uploaded like recordings of myself with music and like singing and stuff as part of my application. So if that's something you are into like artistically, that's something you can upload as well. Anyway, sorry, not that important. Don't stress out. Do your preparation and be confident in yourself and be enthusiastic. And I think that's what interviewers really look for, is that enthusiasm to be at that school.
I think when it comes to alumni interviews, there are generally it's a very chill kind of thing, and it's always like a very chill coffee talk, like, oh, how I'm like interacting with you guys right now. That's usually how alumni interviews go, right? But is there any common pitfalls or mistakes that applicants might make during this talk?
I think it's just like if you lie, honestly, like don't try and lie about, like, don't say you've done something that you haven't done, because then the interviewer will ask more about it, and then like it can really show that you are lying. So like, don't worry if you haven't done much in terms of like extracurriculars, or like if you're not interested in a specific field that the interviewer is really interested in, right? You don't want to lie. You could just be like, oh, like I'm intrigued about this now that you've talked about it, like, and I will explore this later, but it's not something that I have thought about before. Yeah, it's better to be honest because it can really show, and then try to use that as like an opportunity to talk about what you're really passionate about, like, or like the things that you like, because it will really show when you talk with passion.
I guess to add to that, I'd say if the applicant gives like maybe like one word or very like stale kind of answers, because the way it works is it's a two-way street, right? It's meant to be a conversation. If you don't contribute or put enough energy, then it's just going to be like awkward and stilted, and they're not going to get a good impression of you. Other than that, maybe like if you're asking questions to the interviewer that are easily solved by a simple Google search about the school, it really demonstrates that you did not do enough homework, which doesn't give the best impression. And maybe when in the lead up to the interview, because in the lead up to the interview, if there's some kind of like email communication and things like that, maybe just basic good email etiquette. Don't take too long to reply, things like that. Saying thank you after the interview. Just like very basic stuff.
And also like don't try too hard to impress them. Like, yeah, like if for example, if the interviewer is asking you like, oh, what book are you reading? Like, don't say things like will come up on the syllabus for the class that you want to take, like don't be like, oh yeah, I'm going to read this on economics and I'm going to read like Homer's Iliad. Like, who the hell is going to read Homer's Iliad? I'm so sorry, in their free time. This is coming from a Columbia student, okay, because we had to read that shit. Anyway, so like, yeah, talk about like what you are actually interested in. Like if you like reading about like, fiction, like YA fiction, whatever, talk about it, because it shows about, how you spend time, your free time, and also like it shows that you have this curiosity and this like love of learning, and it shows that you can like kick back and relax as a person, yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to go back on when Alicia said it's a two-way street. So I think it's kind of different from how we think interviews are, where you can actually question the alumni about what they did in college and like how they went about their college life. So what are some like interesting questions that might be useful in the alumni interview as an applicant when you're questioning the alumni?
I'd say maybe things about like key moments in their like college experiences, fun classes, fun memorable classes that they've taken, like how college has like shaped them or like affected their life till today, things that they are very happy to talk about, and they'll also get to expand more about their college experience there, and that's when you can use that as a really good jumping point to like ask follow-up questions about what life was like. And like Tasnim mentioned earlier, like the college is also auditioning for you, so that's how you are going to get more information from that person's perspective of what life was like.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate like pretty much what Alicia said, and essentially it's like people like to talk about themselves, as I said this earlier. So ask them about things that you can't find from a Google search, like Alicia said. Ask them about their experience, their perspective, like, oh, if you could go back to college, like what's one thing you would love to do again? Things like that, like pertaining to their specific experience. It's going to give them a chance to talk about themselves, which is good because it'll take time to, you can listen to it and audition, like let the school audition for you, and yeah, then they will probably like have a good impression of you if you ask things like that.
Also, in the general sense that alumni interviews are so casual, one thing that I think concerned me a lot when I was doing my interview is how I dressed. So during my ED, when I applied for Dartmouth, I dressed in a very formal white shirt, but I got rejected ED. So the second time when I got interviewed for Wesleyan, I kind of half-assed it and wore a hoodie and I think it worked. So what do you think about applicants dressing up?
Business casual, like, you know, like this is like fine, like, you know, just like wear what you would, or like if you're going out with your work friends after work or something, like that's kind of what you would wear. Also, another important thing that I don't think we've mentioned yet is like body language. You want to like make eye contact with this person and like really show that you're interested in what's going on there, and like don't be like closed off or like timid. You want to be like, talking like this, like it's a conversation with your friend about something you're really passionate about.
I guess nothing much to add on from what Tassim said. Business casual is a good middle ground. And in terms of body language, maybe eye contact, maybe leaning forward to just show that you're like into the conversation.
Yeah, so it's kind of like a first date in terms of body language. And like in terms of dressing, actually, like you can think of it. So I just took a driver's test on Friday. I failed, but like that doesn't matter. But like, you know how the JPJ has like guidelines on how to dress? You can honestly follow that. Like a smart polo shirt or something like that, yeah.
Moving forward, I think, wait, what's I'm gonna say again? I think one of the important things is that how college interviews are so casual and they want to get to know you. So what are some things that can really help you get to know the interviewer before the interview itself? Or is that actually
LinkedIn.
important? Do you guys like stalk their LinkedIn before that, or?
Yeah, like definitely. Like go on incognito and then stalk your interviewer online. Like you just type in their name and then University of blah 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 blah. You just find out what they're interested in and then see if there's any overlaps with your interests or your application. If there aren't, don't try and force a connection, okay?
LinkedIn's a really good resource. I guess if you really want to go the extra mile, if you have like someone who's already a student at the university and then they can use, like they would have access to like the alumni portal or things like that if there's any extra information there. But that's if you really, really want to find out. I think LinkedIn is fine.
So when I was preparing for my college interviews, right, I used to go through a lot of those online blogs and like tips and tricks on what to do. But one of the things that I went when I crossed over was some things that are not advised or not encouraged to say in the interview. So for example, like racial stuff or like politics. Do you guys have anything to add on those topics or like what to avoid in general?
Yeah, I mean, in terms of like politics, yeah, it can get a little tricky just because you don't know what the interviewer's beliefs are. And that's not really something that you want to kind of approach, like political topics in case like you have disagreements on things, right? So just keep it like purely like academic and and like intellectual and about the school that you're applying to. I guess you could also kind of gauge, if you do like their LinkedIn search, they're stalking them, and you see that they're really into talking like stuff about like women's rights and like stuff like that. Then that's something that you can be ready to talk about if you want to talk about it, if that's something that interests you as well.
Echoing what Tassim said, definitely all of those tips. But if the, conversation heads into like racial or politic territory by accident, and it's like really hard to like get out of that conversation thread, I'd just say maybe if anything, just approach things in like a nuanced manner, in like the way you answer questions, just so you can avoid any like sticky situations. And it will also just show that you're a very mature student, you're able to like see both sides of the conversation and take nuance into account in your arguments. But yeah, that's like a last resort kind of thing if you can't get out of it.
So towards the end of the alumni interview, you guys will end off with like a Q&A session, and that's usually when you can kind of stand out as an applicant. So I'm sure you guys have done like mock interviews, right? What would you say are like the most standout-ish questions for an interview? Or like any questions the applicants might ask that actually make it memorable for you?
One time, a student asked me. So I've only really done like 3 interviews, but this one student asked me like something like, you know, if you were an animal on the campus, like what kind of animal would you want to be and why? And I was like, what the hell, first of all. And I was like, oh, you'd be perfect for this school, honestly. But I was like, oh yeah, like I would love to be a rat on the Columbia campus because, you know, it's New York, that's my territory. Like I can see the world from this perspective and really like go into all these like little niches that I probably couldn't as a human, stuff like that. Like, I don't know, you don't have to be like wacky like that because honestly that might be a red flag to some interviewers. I liked it just maybe because I'm like weird or something. But yeah, like, yeah, be creative, add some personality to it if you want to.
Yeah, I don't think I've had anything as interesting as Tasnim's question. But I think it was something along the lines like if you could, you know, if you knew what you knew now as a freshman, what would you do differently at college? So it was like a very reflective kind of question. Yeah.
I see. So when the interview ends, I think the general tip is that, you know, you should follow up with your interviewer, you know, send them a thank you email. Does these actions actually help, or like would you advise people to actually do it? What's your take on that?
Yeah, I mean, for me it worked out. I had an interview for Penn. But yeah, and I sent her a thank you note, and I actually didn't get into Penn, but like I still kept in touch with the interviewer, and like she gave me a bunch of like help with like academia and like giving me access to like journals and resources that I would need later on in college. So like, you know, you can, that's still a connection that you can have. Don't try and force it again. Like if they ghost you, like don't like spam their email or anything. But yeah, just, you know, have some tact and sense about it.
Yeah, I'd say a thank you note is a plus point. And then maybe also like a short little email update on whether you get in or not at the end of the day, just to kind of like close the loop on that communication cycle. Yeah.
Okay, now let's move on to the Q&A session. So you guys can scan the Slido above, and we'll try to answer any questions we have on the floor as well.
Hi. I like basically this morning we heard about some interview horror stories. So if let's say we were to get a horror story like them, is there anything we can do about it, or should we just sit down like and then pray and hope for the best?
Can we get an example of what one of these horror stories was?
Okay, one of the horror stories were the interview being short less than 45 minutes, and one of the and then like another story was like one of the interviewer keep rambling on and on about the university and not giving you a chance to talk, and like yeah. So what should you do in that when you're in that situation?
Like I think just don't worry, honestly, like because we talked about how it's like, you know, it's the whipped cream, it's not the pie. So yeah, don't stress. You should just be confident in the other aspects of it. And honestly, if you have someone who likes to talk, like that doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad thing for you. Like sure, you can't talk much about yourself, but then if the interviewer feels happy that they got to share so much, then they, you know, oh wow, this person really listened to me with so much enthusiasm. Like they might put in a good word for you. I don't know. The general consensus of today's panel, I think, is like don't worry too much. Like, of course, it's natural. Like, Alicia and I were talking about how we are so grateful we're not in this position right now. Like, you guys, just because it was a stressful time. So it's natural to be stressed out, but, like, don't overthink it. And don't blame yourself for things that are out of your control.
Yeah, I think in those situations, there's only so much that you can do as, you know, an applicant, because at the end of the day, sometimes the interviewer is the one kind of controlling the flow of like the conversation and like leading it, you know, to certain places, and it's hard to go against that explicitly sometimes. So I think just like do your best with however you can in those situations, and don't stress about it too much.
Question from the floor.
Hello, it's me again. So when we're expected to like know more about the university before the interview, does it have to be like related to like academia, like knowing a professor, or can I just talk about something like public transport or like my favorite basketball team is from that city? Will that is or maybe it's very convenient for like there's like halal restaurants nearby. Will those help as well in the interview?
So I think I would like to hear like a more human side for you, like conveniently, like what would you do in your everyday life at this college, right? Like if you want, because there's halal restaurants nearby. This person checked on Google Maps, like what is there, right? Like that's good. That shows me effort. If you want, just name drop a professor if you want to do that. But really make sure you know what you're talking about. Like if you name drop that one professor, and other things like I think that would be helpful. Yeah.
I guess other than just looking up academia, you can also look at like clubs on campus that you want to join, extracurriculars, student organizations, things like that. So it doesn't have to be just academics about the university itself.
Okay, so I have one question here. Is it better to flop the interview or reject the interview? Because I have a fear that I have gotten in, but then something I said in the interview changed their mind.
Don't reject it, I think, because that's it's courtesy, and it's like it's nice to even be offered an interview, because you're not always gonna get offered an interview. So if you're worried about flopping, just like prepare yourself, and if you flop, like we said, it's not gonna be the end of the world.
There's a question directed to Alicia here. Since Alicia said it is a two-way conversation, how personal can we make the interview with the alumni, and how are we not overdoing it and when we are interviewing them?
I'd say in terms of like not overdoing it, just maybe be cognizant of like how many questions you're asking, and like whether it's like enough of a back and forth, and not just like you throwing questions at them, because you also want them to get a chance to know you, which is the whole point of the interview also.
I mean, like, if you want to ask, like, if you're talking about, for example, like your extracurricular stuff, like, oh, like, blah, 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 or like you're talking about, like, a class that you were looking at, when you were, like, looking into the school, be like, oh, I really want to take this class if I have the chance. Do you know anything about this? Or, like, do you have any favorite classes that you would recommend? So, like, make it a segue. Don't give them the opportunity to talk too much about themselves, because ultimately it is your interview, because you'll have a chance at the end as well to ask them questions.
There's a very real question here I think a lot of people struggle with. Is it a disadvantage if I'm fidgety and can't hold eye contact for so long during the alumni interview?
Like, I know we talked about body language, but also like anxiety is a real thing, so understandable. I personally don't really look for or like care if you fidget, because I understand, like I have a sister with ADHD, and like she's like always fidgeting, like she always has to be knitting when she's talking to me, and that's fine. But like I don't know if that's maybe like a thing where maybe our generation can understand it more, or but like we also said, guys, don't worry if you flop. It's the whipped cream, not the pie.
Yeah, like Tasnim said, it might be a generational thing as well, because the thing with alumni interviews is there are many alumni and there's a wide range of ages. So you might get someone who's like maybe in their 40s or 50s, or you might get someone who's like fresh out of uni, like us. So if you are worried about the fidgeting thing and how it may come off, and if it's maybe like a persistent issue that you've noticed, maybe you can add like a caveat or something like that before you start the interview, just to show that you're aware and of how it comes off, and like, you know, you don't want to give the wrong impression, which shows that, you know, there was some thinking about this, and yeah.
Yeah, I also have a tip because like I'm quite a fidgety person, especially with my hands. Like I've always need to be like holding something or like playing with my fingers or whatever. Like if you're going to a cafe or something, like get coffee, get something that you can hold within your hands that you could just like plant your hands down, or like, you know, just move your cup a little bit. If it's online, like I don't know, use like a fidget spinner or something. Yeah.
There's this question about the more technical side of it. What does the interviewer write in their report to the uni? And are you given a template? Do you write a yes or no recommendation?
It's for me. What I've done is like for Columbia, they have just like a page. They ask you to write like a one-page evaluation, and that's it. There's no like questions. I know for Harvard, it actually has like set like rubrics. I don't know, that might have changed with the affirmative action ruling, so that might be something you want to look into. But yeah, it's just like for me, like the reports I've written have been like, oh, things that stand out to me, like what their interests are, what are their personality traits, because ultimately that is what the interview is kind of gauging more about your personality. If like, you know, this person is, you know, might seem more introverted and is a bit quiet, but you can really tell that they're passionate about what they're doing, and you can tell that there's a lot of intellectual curiosity there. Stuff like that, like things about personality, interests. It probably would reflect whatever's on your application, but supplement it with the human side, like Alicia said earlier.
Yeah, for Penn, it's also similar. It's also just like a one-pager report, and it will mainly be about like the key takeaways about like what the interviewer observed about the student, how the conversation went, and like what their first impressions were, things like that. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna ask the most popular question in this Slido. Is it okay to trauma dump about my life to the interviewer?
There's trauma dumping to some degrees, right? And I imagine a lot of people also trauma dump in their essays and stuff. Because I kind of did that, like, well, all my friends did that. Like, so I think to some degree, don't treat it like a therapy session. You're not there for this person to be your therapist, right? You know, if they ask about, you know, any hard challenges you might have faced, it could be something genuine you talk about, but don't frame it as like a trauma. Don't frame it as a traumatic experience that you never recovered from. You know, you can talk about that and how that has made you grow as a person and how you overcame it, and that, you know, is a testament to your strength.
Yeah, I think, you know, in moderation. So I think the best way would be to disclose details about yourself to the extent that it affects your application. You don't have to give them your whole entire life story, like, you know, therapy or something, but to the extent that, you know, maybe there were certain educational opportunities you didn't get or educational opportunities you didn't get to apply for, things like that, or maybe like things were difficult at home and this affected how, you know, how much time you had to study, things like that. And also with the pandemic, if I'm not mistaken, that, I mean, at least for Penn, we are also advised to ask things about like, how did the pandemic affect your academic experience, and to take that into account as well.
Yeah, and know that you are also allowed to not answer some questions if it's like too personal, or if you don't feel comfortable talking about it. You can just be like, because, you know, you're allowed to do that. You just be like, oh, sorry, I don't feel comfortable answering that question just because it's personal to me or close to me. Yeah.
Okay, I think we have time for like one more question. So, should the interviewer know you stalked them and know their interests, or should you only innocently bring it up?
So like I said earlier about like using incognito mode to go on LinkedIn, right? Like I've had interviewees stalk me on LinkedIn with their public profile, like, you know, it's like, I'm here, I'm looking at you, I'm researching you. Like I don't really care, honestly, and then I invite them to connect to scare them even more. But like, I don't care. I mean, it shows that you have the initiative. Some people might find it creepy, so kind of gauge where they're at, because they've probably also looked into you, maybe. Yeah.
I guess in terms of bringing it up, I'd say only if you have something relevant to add. So for example, like you looked them up on LinkedIn and then you saw that they worked on some area that you're passionate about, like sustainability or whatever, and you're planning to talk about sustainability anyway during your interview because that's your area of interest, then maybe it's a good segue into like a statement like, oh, noticed on LinkedIn you did XYZ relating blah, blah, blah. My area of interest is this, and then use that as a means to talk about yourself.
Okay, so thank you guys all for joining this panel discussion. And I will thank both my speakers, Tasnim and Alicia, for helping me with this. If you guys have any other questions, there will be other alumni that have been joining us throughout this whole event outside, or you can ask any of the facilitators. I'm sure they have been through alumni interviews as well. So thank you. Enjoy your lunch.
Hi everyone, lunch will be until 2 p.m. So be right back.
Take the opportunity to talk to the facilitator.
Oh, and please take the opportunity to talk to all the facilitators. We are more than happy to talk to you about the whole college process.
session soon. So yeah, please have your seats. All right, hi everybody. Welcome back to USAPPS. How are you guys feeling now? Oh, gotta love that food coma-induced tiredness. But I hope even though if you might feel a bit lethargic, you guys can give your best to pay some attention for the last session of USAPPS, guys. Go. All right. So Ian, do you want to tell them what we're doing today?
So we're going to go through the most, I think, if not, in my opinion, the most important part of your application.
No bias.
Which is the essays. Yeah, so we're going to teach you how to create an essay that will be a killer that would get you into your dream school.
All right. So to accomplish that, we have set out some objectives for today. Basically, these are what we hope will be your key takeaways. Number one, we would like you to understand this likely paradigm shift you might experience when trying to write essays for the US applications. And also, secondly, we would also like you to learn how to make your individualized actionable plan to start your US applications, specifically for essays. And number three, we want you to become in tune with your inner thoughts, emotions, and motivations, because that seems to be quite the prerequisite for a US essay. And to accomplish those emotional objectives,
you have, apparently the organizers decided to have the two CS majors do this section, yeah.
But you know what, let's give us a chance, right guys? Because, CS... Yeah. Despite the stereotypes that might precede us, we do have, I think, some perspective that may be useful with this session. For example, for me, I think US application was something that I decided to do on a whim. It's not something that I had planned out from the start. And also, I have chosen computer science as a process of elimination thing, just because these are just my limited fields that I can pursue. And I was okay, I want to do STEM. Computer science seems like a good fit. And therefore, for me to try convince other people in the admissions offices, oh, I really want to do computer science at that uni, that was quite a journey that I hope can resonate with you as well. And similarly, because of that, I only started coding when I did A-levels. I do have other interests as well. I do enjoy writing and theaters. I come from a day government school origin, yeah.
Yeah, so I think all I have to say is that, we are living proof that even computer science students can write a good essay with proper technique and effort. Yeah.
All right, so let's talk about why are you going to write this essay, right? So as you know, from throughout all these days, you would know that US is a very holistic admission system, and the essays is just one small part of a bigger picture. You have all these things, but applicant essays, the advantage is that you can create your own narratives and your own ideas as however you want to structure it. And I know it can be a bit vague and subjective, but essentially the ultimate goal that you're trying to make with all of this is to create a likable character within yourself. A useful analogy that I like to tell people is that imagine you are trying to frame yourself as this new superhero, right? That you want to pitch to be part of this crossover event, which is your university. So how do you pitch yourself as a good candidate, right? That helps you frame how you want to write each essay and how your essays will work together as a cohesive set. Whenever you have questions oh, should I talk about my experience in swimming? And if I do, what do I want to talk about in swimming? Then just think about how does each thing add to your depiction as a character. Would it be interesting? And for that, maybe this is a suggested guideline on how you can create an interesting character. First of all, you would want to have new insights, something that's not mentioned elsewhere. You have, as mentioned, all the other aspects, like the application forms especially, that already list a lot of your activities and stuff. So you wouldn't want to watch two movies that have the same exact plot. You want to have something new. You want to be engaging by creating like further details. So try to have new insights. Secondly, you want to be authentic. Like, for example, maybe you are an expert in playing violin, and then you see in the movies how they depict playing violin, you suddenly become a movie critic. You're like, oh, that's not how you play violin, that's not how you like press the strings. Well, someone reading your essay who is actually passionate about what you're talking about, and you're just trying to fake it, it can come off that way as well. They'll be like, this person doesn't really sound like they're interested in that. So try be authentic and be true to yourselves and write about something you are actually passionate about. Thirdly, give some backstory. You don't want to just like watch like a superhero film without knowing like what they are about. You love seeing like the flashbacks and seeing like what made them who they are today. So do that for yourself as well. Fourth, of course, simple as that, you want to have good engaging writing. And this can be a bit subjective as well. Keep in mind that as it is a holistic admission systems, they do keep in mind of like your background and like maybe you don't have like privilege of like English, like literature, but that's not what they're looking for. It's just a story that they're trying to see. They're trying to see if you can parse out like a good character there. Sometimes even like movies with like, from certain places, they might not have like the best English, but you like the story, like for example, you might like SpongeBob as a character, and it doesn't have the most like fluent English or anything. It's not like sophisticated, but you like that character because you see something that resonates with you within that character. And lastly, know what makes you unique. There are thousands of superheroes out there. What makes you memorable? What makes you someone that people would think about? What's your iconic factor? Like for example, if you see like an iron suit, you instantly think of Iron Man. What is your iron suit? Now, I also want to be explicit about a paradigm shift that I've hinted at before. The thing is, especially if you have been planning to do UK and US at the same time, you might be thinking about how do I write an essay that tells all about my most impressive projects and stuff. But to be honest, in the US, it's a bit more different in the sense that you're not trying to write everything that's impressive. You're just trying to create like a story. So if you ask around some of the admissions officers what are some of their favorite essays, it doesn't have to be like about the most like impressive project or startup or like curing cancer or anything like that. It can be something as simple as a rice cooker that you bring everywhere or a childhood teddy bear that you had brought around. Something simple that, as long as it resonates with people, that's what is important. So don't try to think about what to write, but it's like, don't think about what you want to put into the essay, but like, think about why you're putting it down there, That's the highlight here that I'd like to give.
Yeah, because the things where you impress your admission officers is usually the activities list and your academics. This is the part where you show them who you are as a character. Yeah, and moving on, we're going to talk about the types of essays that you encounter when you apply to US universities. So the first one is the personal essay. Right, so it's a mandatory requirement for Common App and Coalition. So it doesn't matter which application you choose to do, you need to complete this personal essay. And this personal essay will be sent to every university you apply. In general, there are some universities who don't really consider the personal essay. So the personal essay is up to 650 words. Yeah, there's a word limit, a hard word limit. So if you try to write beyond that, you will not be able to submit your application. And you'll be able to choose from one of the 7 prompts which we will discuss later. And secondly, we have the supplemental essays. So the supplemental essays are essays that are unique to each university. So each university has their own supplemental essays that they will ask you to write before you can submit the application. So on average, it's around 1 to 2 supplemental essays per university. Some universities have more, some have less. And it's usually up to 350 words. And it's extra avenue for you to explain some aspects of your application that you did not explain in other in your activities or academics. Yeah, and it's also a place to really show how you are a good fit to that university. And then lastly, we have the short answer questions. So the short answer questions are actually really, really short. It's very similar to the supplemental essays, but it's usually around 150 words. And some short answer questions can be as short as a sentence. They will ask you a question and you answer in one sentence, or even a word. Yeah. So the key to answering these short answer questions is to be concise, because the word count is really very little. Okay, so here are the 7 common essays for the personal essay prompts for this year. It didn't change much throughout the years. And so I'm not going to go through each one of them, but I'll talk about personally, I wrote the second one, which is the lessons we take from obstacles we encounter can be fundamental to later success. Recount a time when you faced a challenge, setback, or failure. How did it affect you, and what did you learn from the experience? So personally, I'm involved in informatics, and I learned a lot from it. And now there's one experience where I did not manage to get into a competition, and that was a really life-changing experience to me. That's why I decided to write that. How about you, Shay? What did you write?
Yeah, I chose the first prompt actually. It's about sharing your story based on your meaningful background and culture, because at the time I was just in the headspace of like thinking a lot of things have just changed for me in recent years. I just like went from this and now I'm like in international school and boarding school and like applying for overseas studies when I didn't know that was possible. So that made me think a lot about like how I came to be that way, and therefore since my mindset was there, my personal essay just naturally gravitated towards this prompt.
Yeah, so I think the key thing that you need to understand from these prompts is that they are there to provoke ideas from you, to give you inspiration. So it doesn't matter if your essays don't fit exactly to the prompts, because there's also this last prompt, which is share an essay on any topic of your choice. It can be one you've already written, or basically anything. You can write anything you want, as long as it relates to you, as long as it's personal. Yeah. Okay. So for the supplemental essays, there are 2 types of essays. Like you can categorize it unofficially to 2 types, and we'll explain a bit, give some examples. So some classical the first type is the common supplemental essays. So it's some classical examples are the COVID-19 essay that was added during COVID. Yeah, so you can explain how COVID has changed your life. Yeah, it's in the additional information section. So it will be sent to every school you apply to in Common App. If you decide to write it, it's an optional essay. And then secondly, we have YX College. This is a very classical question. It's asked usually by Brown, Yale, UPenn, usually the Ivy League schools, and some other schools also. Yeah, and then we also have this describe one extracurricular leadership community involvement experience. This is a very popular question that's asked by many universities. Yeah, and then lastly we have what drives you. So this is a question from MIT and UC Berkeley. And the second type of supplemental questions are the quirky questions. So these are the questions, right, that when you read it, you'll think to yourself like, why is this even involved in university admissions? What? Just what? Just why? Yeah. So you can read some of them. So like for example, the first one is. So UChicago is very notoriously known to be setting all these quirky questions. Yeah, so if you decide to apply to UChicago, have fun. Exponents and square roots, pencils and erasers, beta decay and electron capture. Name 2 things that undo each other and explain why both are necessary. Yeah, I have no idea what that means. And then we also have a very classical question from Stanford. It's like, every year they will ask this question, write a letter to your future roommate. It's a really fun letter to write, actually.
All right. So now that we know a bit more about what essays you are going to expect, let's think about how you can start approaching them. Now, our suggestion is to categorize these focus sessions that you may have on writing essays to 3 sort of categories or 3 activities that you might focus on. So first is idea generation, where you come up with what you want to actually write. And then essay crafting, making that from like bullet point to actual like a cohesive essay. And thirdly, revise and review, where you actually like get feedback. Now this is just like maybe And when you first started especially, this might be the like the flow that goes, but as you write, you may have to like go back and forth. It's just a subjective, but yeah, it's just helpful for us to like tell you practical tips, I guess. So let's focus on the first phase, the idea generation part. So once you have already decided all the colleges that you want to apply for, you should try to compile all these essay topics into perhaps like a one document or however, whatever it is that you want it to be in one database, an easy access for you to know all the essay topics. Just because, you know, when you first read the essay topics, you won't immediately know what to write. So you definitely want to like have like something that you constantly edit and put in ideas as you think of them. So secondly, you want to break down some of these questions into more specific questions that you need to answer. So let's give an example, right? One of optional questions in the UC system asks, describe an example of your leadership experience in which you have positively influenced others, helped resolve disputes, or contributed to group efforts over time. Now, the first obvious question you would ask is like, what is that experience, right? And maybe you think about what other experiences that first pop up to your mind when you get this prompt, or you can think of some as you go along. Then after that, you might want to ask, how have I influenced others, if you chose the first part. Then when you ask such questions, you want to break it down even further, like ask, what does that say about my character, and why was my influence positive at that time? Or if you're talking about disputes, you could also ask, like, what dispute did you resolve? And with that, you ask, how did that dispute start? And what was my unique contribution that resolved that dispute? And once you have those like broken down questions, then you gotta go deep and keep asking why. So let's, like from the just now's exercise, you could focus on what does it say about my character? Right, so when you think about that, why do I have these characteristics in the first place? How did that form? Was there a specific like formative experience, some sort of trauma? Who knows? Why did that experience impact me so much? You gotta keep asking why, right? Because I think, especially talking back about the paradigm shift, in the UK, you just talk about what you've done. Because, I don't know, I like debate because I keep winning in debate, or my parents told me to join this, or my teacher said I should join this. You don't really think about why you did it, you just did, and you talk about having done those things. But in the US, you're encouraged to explore further and being more introspective and asking like, why did you have these like activities and commitments in the first place, and what does that say about your character? Because they want to know you, right?
Yeah, so they're looking for people who can make deep and profound reflections that show intellectual maturity.
But yeah, and maybe a good possible indication of where you're onto a good essay is when you start to feel embarrassed about sharing this essay to the public, right? You start to feel like, whoa, this is getting vulnerable here, you know, I'm being like, exposing myself a bit. Then you may be onto something, and that may be a good stopping point, because you don't want to go too deep as well, because, you know, thinking about like all the activities that you do and like why, if you keep asking why, then you might lead to existential crisis, which is not very productive for applications. Might save that for, I know, the midlife or something. Yeah. And some general tips, of course, be ready to jot down possible ideas that just come to you at any time. Because you're just going to have those random, like, you're going to be walking down the street and you'll be like, oh my God, yeah, I had this experience back in 2019 about blah, blah, blah. And you want to be able to write that down quickly and, you know, be organized with that. You, of course, also want to start early. I'm sure you're sick of hearing this advice, but it's so true. Ideas don't come every day, and you can't just like force ideas to just come out at that time. They often require time to marinate as well. And of course, it helps to just have a compilation of interesting stories and facts about yourself that you may not know where it fits into your application so far, but it's just good to have like a biography of yourself as a reference point. Similar to like a brag sheet without the bragging, it's just a sheet about yourself, yeah. So, something that I want to ask you guys, when and where do you think you generate the most ideas? Any takers? During the showers? Anywhere else? Before you sleep. Wow, okay. Any other answers? Well, seems like it's a universal thing, right? Because during showers and when you sleep, right? See, we all agree on this part.
Oh, this is not planned, by the way.
Right,
Really, this is not planned.
These are not paid actors.
You can ask them, This is definitely not planned.
That was perfect, guys. Thank you so much.
So starting from today, take more showers and, rest more.
Yeah, that may be something you want to consider, right? But let's think about why are these the times where you generate the most ideas? Well, as CS students, we give a hypothesis, right? So maybe this is the moments where you have the least external stimuli, you know? Because when you go through your day-to-day, you just have a lot of distractions that just impact you, and you don't really go internally think about yourself, you know? You don't hear yourself too often. The world's just a bit too loud. But then when you're at your shower and you're like before sleep, all you have is like your own like thoughts, then that's where all these ideas come and generate. So here's our suggestion, right? This is a scary idea as well. Dealing with your inner thoughts, you know. Not a lot of people like to do this, but I feel like this is like a necessity with US essays. At first it can be quite scary, but I think like as you go deeper, then you'll feel really happy that you did this. Because I think when you ask a lot of people like what was something you gained from US applications, you'll be like, oh, I was so like therapeutic and like introspective, and I learned more about myself that I didn't know. Like that's generally why, because you're encouraged to have these inner thoughts. But yeah, so like book schedules with yourself, like have like in your calendar, like, okay, I'm gonna think about myself at these times. It can sound a bit silly just to sit there with your own thoughts and being bored, but I'd say try it out, and I think it'll be worth it. Also, one thing that I can cover as well is like some strategies of like choosing which personal essay you want to do, which prompt. There are many different strategies, and here are just some that I think are like common strategies. First, you could go through each question and then just jot down points for all of them as you think of it, and based on which you feel strongest about, choose that one in the end. Or you could just jot down ideas that apply to any of them as you think of one until you see a narrative that clicks, until you finally see like, oh wait, you get hooked into like a certain point and you just go deeper and then you just work from there. Or you could just write an essay down without thinking about the prompts at all and then see how it fits later on with the prompts. And if it doesn't fit, utilize the last prompt. It's the catch-all. Yep.
Yep. So beyond that general methodology that you may use to create ideas, we also are going to share some tips on how we tackle some of the common supplemental questions. So the first supplemental question that we will attempt is why X college? So why UC Berkeley, why Yale, why Stanford? Okay. So the first step is of course to do research, right? You need to understand the school deeply before you can answer this question. So there are some ways to do research, but we suggest firstly to find out about the professors and programs through their official website, because the professors may change as time passes, because there might be visiting professors. And then secondly, you can also reach out to any alumni you have from your school, or maybe the friends you know online or in person. And then lastly, you can also watch vlogs to get a vibe of the vibe of the community at the college, because you're going to spend 4 years there, so you need to make sure that you really like the social life there and their vibe. So you can go to YouTube and search like a day in the life of X university student, a day in the life of something major at which university, and usually there will be videos about that. Yeah. So once you've done enough research, you'll be able to tell if you're a good fit for that college. And if you realize that maybe I don't really like the vibe there, maybe you should reconsider your choices. Yeah. Okay, so the angle you should take when answering this question is to answer it like you're asking them out for a date. Okay, so there are two parts to them. Okay, there's two parts to that. So the first part is, why do you choose them? Okay, and then second part is, why should they choose you? Okay, so they already know they are cool, so you don't need to Stanford is a very good school with excellent faculty, good academics, rigorous courses, blah blah blah. They don't want to know about that. They want to know, why is it good for you? For you, the for you is very important. Okay, so usually these reasons can be very personal. Right? And you can maybe say, oh, I'm very interested in researching about maybe quantum computers, and there happens to be this professor here that has a very interesting topic, and I like to listen to his lectures, and make it personal, make it specific. Yeah.
And you know what? If you've never asked anyone out on a date, what better way to start than US schools, right?
Yeah, as students, we never asked anyone on a date before, so.
Oh.
Okay, so the next question we're going to tackle is describe one extracurricular experience. Yeah, so this is where you actually bring the extracurriculars that you have mentioned in your application to life. So it's where you put that personal touch to the ECs that you've mentioned, because those ECs are just hard and rigid, and this is where you make it vivid and lively. Okay? So it's also a place where you can show other facets of you that are not shown in the essay. So basically, don't mention something that they can get from other parts of the essay. Mention something that something new that they do not know, a new side of you. Everyone has different sides, right? You at home, you're a different person. When you're at school, you're a different person. When you're friends, you're a different person. So show a different side. Yeah. And then it's also to see how you think, right? It's to see how mature you are in terms of your intellectual, and see how your worldview. Yeah, because they want to find people with diverse worldviews, because they want a diverse student population, right? Yeah. And then lastly, we'll try our best to attempt this quirky essay and see how we can tackle quirky essays in general. So this is the question. Despite their origins in the Gupta Empire of India or ancient Egypt, games like chess or bowling remain widely enjoyed today. What modern game do you believe will withstand the test of time, and why? So,
Okay. Fortnite. Good answer.
so this is actual prompt from U Chicago for this year. So you actually can choose this prompt to answer. Yeah. What
Nice answers.
Okay, so how should we answer this question, right? So it's the same concept. The same thing. You show something that you have not shown in other parts of your application. Always show something new. Okay? They don't want to know something that they already know. They feel like that's wasting their time. Okay, and so this because of this playful nature of this question, you can also be very creative. So you can show how you think different from others. You can use wordplay. I've seen a lot of people using wordplay, and basically there is no right or wrong answer to this question, right? As long as I think you should just try to have fun with the question. Try to come up with interesting ideas. Yeah. So, sorry. So, okay, so maybe an example, right? You could think of it like maybe Tetris. And then you can talk about how I don't know, this is just an example discussed 3 hours ago. Okay, so you can talk about Tetris, then you can talk about how Tetris is related to mathematics, in particular combinatorics, the different possible permutations and combinations of the different Tetris tiles. Yeah, as an example, okay? And then maybe you can tie it to how you like mathematics or something like that, if any of you are mathematically inclined.
Yeah, actually a side note about reactions to such questions, right? If you find yourself when you're reading the prompt and you're thinking wait, this is silly, why am I being asked questions like this? Or you could be wow, that's such an interesting question, I've never thought about that before. Or you could be looking at a whole list and you'd be why is everything about STEM? Well, reflecting on how you feel about these questions could also give a good indication on whether you may be a good cultural or social fit for the college. So definitely put some consideration into that as well. Now, a new topic with essay writing this year, right? ChatGPT. So I highly welcome opinions from you, because we don't want to be controversial here.
We want to know what's the general
Yeah,
consensus
we
for
want to see the
ChatGPT
vibe.
right now before we go into it.
Yeah.
I mean, since we are CS students, we decided this is a very relevant topic to talk about. And since ChatGPT, it's very recent, I think, in the last and the current cycle, it's the only people who can leverage on this technology.
Yeah, to maybe make the scope much more specific. It's what do you think about using ChatGPT for essay applications and what is right, what is wrong with that,
I really like the answer of second search engine. That's something we're going to talk about later. That's a really good response.
Whoa. There were a lot of flattering said, and then okay. Saved my life. Relate there. Literally, I wouldn't have been able to do my internship without it. So impressive, inhumane. Whoa. Can't ask it out on a date. Okay.
You sure there's actually live ChatGPT models who are trained to date sims or something?
It's okay. Let's just see.
It's okay. We just wanted to know. Okay, I think everyone feels that it's a very useful tool, right? So let's give our 2 cents on the topic. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, whoa. I didn't know I could do that. What's that? Wow, that's ChatGPT at work. AI is taking over. No, yeah, we're just seeing what you guys are cooking. It's like, what do you guys think of ChatGPT here? My girlfriend. Wow. Yikes. Maybe you shouldn't have talk about the dating.
I mean, the guy who says he wants to commit murder, right? You can write that reason down in your Common App essay and do some reflection.
Reflect on why. Talk about that a bit. Well, okay, we have some thoughts here to rethink or look at your essay at a different perspective. Maybe writing, I believe it is a tool which can be used but no copy paste.
Very nice response.
Wow, guys.
Totally agree with it.
We let them cook. We let them cook. That's good.
Okay, I think we have
I think it's done.
I
think we're good with that.
Seen enough.
We've seen enough.
So here's our take for ChatGPT. Shay, will you
Yeah, sure.
do the honors?
Yeah, I think for us personally, right, because this is such like a subjective topic, we think it's a good possible tool for you to use for paraphrasing or getting inspiration and figuring out sentence structures. Some people have mentioned. And prompts that we think are good to try is what is a great and unique about the undergraduate student experience in whatever university. It's like Brown University. What's unique about that? Get inspiration from that. Or what are some ways I can express feelings of excitement in a narrative form? But yeah, we definitely don't think it should ever write your whole essay, not even a paragraph or not even a sentence. I'd say if possible, because. First of all, plagiarism is bad, and because I think there's automatic systems that some universities implement.
I think Stanford has a GPT that can check if you use GPT.
Yeah, it's a whole GPT sense. Yeah. Anyways, yeah, it could flag certain systems if you choose to copy paste. So we'd say try not to do that. Actually, just don't do that. And the generated content might not match your personal voice, because you kind of want this to be a narrative about you, from you. So be wary of losing your voice. In that case, we suggest maybe asking prompts like, give me a good opening sentence for blah, blah, blah. Those type of prompts could be similar to just taking inspiration from your friends and literally be like, hey, I don't know how to start this opening sentence. Can I just look at essay? You wouldn't want to do that, right? So try not to do that with GPT as well. It's no longer your words. And perhaps instead of asking give me examples of good community involvement essays, ask maybe what makes a good community involvement, what makes a good essay, things like that, I'd say.
So my personal take on this is you can use it for 2 things. One is if you have an idea in your head, and some of us are not really that fluent in English yet, right? So you have that idea in your head, but you don't know how to express it out. So you can, paraphrase. You can ask it. You can phrase it in a similar way and see how ChatGPT can explain to you how you can express your thoughts, right? And then the second way you can use it is as a super search engine. So what it does is it curates. You can for example. When you ask what makes a good community involvement essay, or what's a great, unique experience about the undergraduate student experience in X university, right? What it does is it's like a very super search engine that curates information from different sites and it lists down for you. So it saves you time and effort to go and search up and read through walls of text and ads. Yeah.
But thank you for sharing your very insightful, some of them at least, insightful opinions.
Okay, so now we're going into the essay crafting part, which is I think the majority of this. So firstly, you need put time aside. I've seen a lot of people who try to rush this in the last month, and what you get is a half-baked essay. Okay, so you need to really just write. So the key is to start writing. A lot of people, what they do is they kind of have everything in their head, but they just don't know how to start. They just feel once I write it down, it's like carving into a stone. Once I write it down, I cannot change it, right? As long as you write your first sentence, right, the rest will start to flow. And then once you have your entire essay, you can go back and maybe make the first sentence better if you don't like it. So the key is to just write and just keep ranting, write. Yeah. So another tip is make multiple versions. So if you want to make some edits, you're thinking, okay, I'm experimenting. I think I should do it in this way instead. Maybe keep a duplicate copy of it, and and then like you can modify a duplicate copy in case you feel like, oh wait, it doesn't work, and then you can revert back. Yeah, or you can use a version control system if you know what I mean. And then and then a very, very good tip is to show and not tell. So it's a story. You don't say like, I'm angry. Instead, you say, I clench my fist. So you make it as vivid as possible so that it's engaging. Because these admissions officers, they sit down and they read like 100 over admission files every day. If your application is not engaging, they will, it's less likely that you get selected. Yeah, so tell stories. A story is the best way to engage people. Stories is also the best way to show your character, right? But keep it real. Don't cook. Yeah, because right, it's actually very, very easy to tell if a person is a fictional character or a real character. It's actually very easy to tell.
Oh, so yeah, now we're in the last phase. Definitely you want to read your thing a lot of times. Make sure that there's no silly mistakes. But there are some caveats to that, right? So what we encourage is that you do take long breaks between each review for a fresh mind. You don't want to like spend hours just reading it again and again. Then you might like overthink it, over-criticize it. So yeah, it helps to, also those long breaks helps you to just have a fresh perspective when you start reading again. And you might want to try reading it out loud as if you're telling a story, you know, like because that might, you know, help you evaluate whether this is actually really engaging, you know. You might, like when you were typing it, when you were writing it, it sounds good, but then you might, when you say it out loud, it feels like, wait, this is kind of off. I would have personally just fell asleep at sentence 2 or whatever. Then that might be helpful as well. Even though it could be like a bit silly, but like, hey, just do it in your own room, on your own room and stuff, right? Some don'ts, I think like quite common, like some people would like continually like review it in the last 10 minutes before the deadline and stuff and like make those like last minute changes. Like I think the equivalent to that is like if you have multiple choice questions tests and then like, you know, they say like 1 minute left and then you like already done, but then suddenly you feel like, oh, I'm not confident with these answers, and you change them and you get them wrong, you get frustrated, and like, yeah, just don't do that to yourself. Just,
Don't do it on the SAT also.
Yeah, don't do it for the SAT. So I'd say, you know, if you've scheduled like your time well, if you've put it enough time as we've advised, then it should be good. You know, your last 10 minutes will not miraculously make it like the best essay after that. And yeah, also don't overthink and overdo the reviews. We'll talk about that a bit more later. And there is no perfect essays. Yeah, only ones that are good enough. Yeah.
There's a lot of people try to chase like a unicorn perfect essay, but that things don't exist. Okay, so this is other things that you can do. So definitely, use, if you want, you can use a grammar checking tool like Grammarly, yeah, to check for basic grammatical errors. So sometimes they provide suggestions for like clarity or something. Yeah. So some of these suggestions, right, are pretty subjective. Yeah, and you should make sure that if you want to accept that change, you make sure that it doesn't change the personal voice of your essay. Yeah. And you can also have trusted friends and family members to review your essay for grammatical errors. Yeah. You can ask them for their opinions too. That's the best way because people see, each person sees things differently.
Yeah, if I were to add something, then I guess like I feel like a lot of people like, you know, Grammarly has that like 90% or like 100% and stuff. Some people just like blindly want to get that to 100, but you know that might not be like the best.
Yeah, I think my essay was only 80 something.
Yeah, and he going to Yale, guys. Like, come on. So, like, you know, you don't want to blindly just accept their suggestions. Actually, think about like how would that impact like your thing? Is it an actual grammatical error? Would it like, you know, if you just left this out and someone noticed it, would they be like, oh, this student just left such a blatant mistake, how dare they, and they just reject? Would that happen? You know, reflect on that a bit. And also about like having like people review your essays, I do know that there's a couple people who, you know, go a bit crazy with this and like, you know, maybe you're proud of your essay and you want to show it to people, and that's good, but I don't know about showing it to like, I don't know, 20, 10 people. That may be like a bit too much, because if you pollute your essay with too many opinions, you again might go back to like overthinking it. You just, you're doing that just to get like a first look of how, a completely new mind would see your story. Have you accomplished, convincing them that you're a great iconic superhero and stuff like that.
Yeah, and that concludes our presentation. Thank you so much.
Yeah, we're welcoming any like questions
yeah,
that you
Q&A.
guys may have. Any question? Okay. Sugati lah. Can. Yeah, any questions from the floor? Oh, sorry, my bad. I didn't see. Oh, there's a question there. I'm too used to the mic, man.
What were your essays about?
Okay, so I'm actually part of the National Informatics team, so my essay was my experience. I think I mentioned that already, right?
I mean, I talked about this a bit. I talked about like my background, right? It's like how did I deal with, being exposed to so many new opportunities and dealing with like maybe being overwhelmed with like, whoa, I suddenly realized that, human potential is so wide and I didn't know that things could go that wide. So that's one of like my main focuses. I also talked a bit about like how I can, I think one of the prompts was like, how can you express yourself? I talked a bit about like writing and like theater and how, even though I'm not someone who's like deeply engaged and you'd say, like expert in those fields, but just trying them out has just made me much more like expressive as a person. Yeah, and also, yeah, that's generally what I talked about as well. Hope that answers your question. Any more? Oh, wait, your Slido?
I think there are a few good questions on Slido. So I think the first one is, does US or British English matter? I don't think it really matters, but I mean, since you're already that cognizant about it, you should use US English lah. And then, what do you do when you normally have a writer's block? Yeah, well, we said before already, take showers and go to sleep. Yeah. And then, how many months before do you recommend to start working on your application? I say at least a good 3 months, because the ideas need time to marinate. You need time to make deep reflections, and it's not like something that you can cram in one day. So at least 3 months is a good idea.
Question from the floor?
Oh, there's a question from the floor?
I've been starting to writing my essays already, and out of all the topics, the YX college has been making me suffering from days to days. So I want to know, for the YX college topic, right? Should it be sound convincing, or should it be sound like you are passionate for it? Because even if you ask for a date, right, you will be either convincing or you either put your passions in it. So yeah, I want to hear from you guys.
I'd say, again, one thing is just keep it real, right? You don't want to over-exaggerate. It's like, whoa, I really love their program in like XYZ, They can tell, like, most people, they don't feel that strongly about something. But I'd say what I tend to give advice is like, go from ranking of like specificity. It's like professors and programs in that uni tends to be very specific. So if you talk about that, that's like, is probably like the most like unique point you can give. And after that, you could like talk about like some cultural stuff that they have there, and then afterwards it could be like something about location and stuff. Like it goes ranked like as it goes down, there's more unis that fit into that category, and a certain level of that is fine. Also to answer your questions, like whether to be passionate about it or to be, what's the other option? Convincing. I'd say, to be honest, I think admissions officers generally, when they look at that question, they just want to see whether you've at least done some like research about that uni. They don't really think too deeply about that, because there's just so many more other aspects in the application that they want to look at. But I say, between choosing being very passionate and very convincing, both works, because again, it's very subjective. And yeah, like I think either option can be like what feels real to you, what feels more natural to you, I'd say. I hope that helps.
I have something to add. So I think a good why us essay is one that only you can write. So if you give someone else to read it and they say, oh, this relates to me too, then I think that's not a really good essay. It's not specific enough yet. Yeah. And I think that's also a really good question here. So it's about like, wait, sorry. So what if it's so real that you don't want to show your parents? So what if so sensitive? A good idea might be a good idea might be to get some third person who isn't really that involved in your life, but is also a professional. So maybe your teacher or your counselor would be a very good candidate for that.
From the floor.
I also see a lot of questions about like trauma dumping, yes or no in an essay, right? And again, going back to the analogy of like you're trying to convince yourself that you're a good fit. Well, imagine you're watching a movie and all it does is like talk really about really sad things about that character. Like sure that can be moving, but also at some point you have to think like, okay, so why are they like a good fit? There is like a certain I think acceptable level to it. You wouldn't want to talk to admission officers about some things that you wouldn't tell anybody, This is, not that type of essay. So just as long as, if some of these sad things and some of these tragic stories that you want to share really helps shape and gives context to you as a character, then go ahead and put them down, as long as you feel like it's comfortable and it's not like something that would make the admissions officer uncomfortable as well. So I'd say, yeah, just keep that in mind.
I think we can answer the last question from Sidor. So this question has been asked by a lot of people. Does your essay need to relate to the subject you're applying, the major you're applying? The answer is no. It's not like the UK essay. So this is the biggest difference between the US and UK. UK, they're only looking at your subject you're interested in. But the US, they want to know you as a person. So if there's something else, some other aspect in your life that played an important role in your life, then you can mention that. It does not need to be the major you want to pursue, because it's a holistic and liberal arts education anyways. Yeah.
There was a question from the floor.
That's the one question from the floor, right? Yep.
So since this is a bit more of a personal question for both of you, so you mentioned that like the essay that you wrote is something like informatics, right? And you are about human potential. So like, what exactly did you actually craft? How did you actually craft your essay in a way like so that it makes you feel like you're a real person instead of being a fictional character?
You usually do it like a story, and then you try to recall your memories of that event. And then over the weeks, you do reflections. And as I said, how do you craft a vivid and real story, right? Keep asking why. So once you get to a point and you think, okay, I lack content, keep asking why based on what you have. Yeah, I think the key is to ask why. Do you have anything?
I think to answer that question, you have to think about what makes an essay seem like it's very fictional, right? And I'd say generally that's when you try to like either overemphasize, over-exaggerate, or overdo something over with your essay. And that can be tempting to do just because, when you're writing about yourself, the thing is, for you to convince other people, like unis, that they should accept you, you need to have self-love, right, guys? That's kind of hard sometimes. And you're like thinking about yourself and you're writing about yourself. You're like, damn, like I don't know if like I'm convincing enough. And you might be tempted to write this idealized version of yourself rather than your true self. And I think when you go into that territory is then when you go into like being a fictitious person. So I think keeping that in mind, are you talking about an ideal version of yourself or your true self, can help like negate like being authentic and writing a real story versus like writing a fictional seeming one. Yeah, I hope that answers your question. Okay, any more questions from the floor? Oh, there's one question. Oh, interest of time. Oh, so sorry, guys. Yeah, actually, since our timing has didn't get the memo. You can like email us if you have like further questions about this. And yeah, thank you for having us. All right.
everyone. So the same as yesterday, we would love for you to fill up the feedback form for us so we know what you liked and what maybe we can improve on. And you will stand a chance to win a 20 ringgit Grab gift card. I won that. Okay, so we'll give you some time to fill it up right now. In the meantime, what would you do with a 20 ringgit Grab gift card?
I'll actually get like McDonald's or something. I'm kind of hungry right now. Probably some McNuggets, 20 pieces, French and cream sauce, maybe barbecue sauce, and hopefully if I have enough money, I'll get Coca-Cola as well. So that's my 20 ringgit.
That's how specific your essays have to be.
Nice one. Close the form in around 5 minutes. Can you make your way down?
Hello everyone. I hope you've been having a fantastic day so far. Yeah, I really hope you guys have been having a great time. If you came yesterday or if you came today, I think you guys should be going away with a lot of insights about how to apply to university. So if you guys came yesterday, we've covered a lot of different topics, and I get that it can be a bit overwhelming, but I hope that a reason why we wanted to continue USAPPS year on year is that, sorry. The reason why we wanted to continue USAPPS year on year is that we wanted to really bridge the connection between people who have gotten into these schools, alumni, previous applicants, to people like you, people who are interested in applying, who are really, really engaged and really, really focused to want to go to US universities. And some of you may not be as convinced to go to US universities, but we hope that these past 2 days, or maybe today, today's session, has kind of like helped to educate you guys, or perhaps given a bit of more information and maybe help in that process of making that decision. So a tradition that we have for every USAPPS is an open floor question session with all our facilitators and speakers. So they're gonna be sitting here on stage, on the floor, and we wanna really make it a really personal session. So if you guys wanna like come down to the lower seats, you guys can do that. And we're basically gonna have like a short 20, maybe 30-minute session where you guys can ask any questions that you really feel like asking, whether that has been covered in the previous topics or whether that hasn't been covered in the previous topics. So yeah, ask to your heart's content. So facilitators, you can make your way to the stage. Woo. So So you guys are okay with sitting, right? No. You guys are okay with sitting, right? You guys are just like chill, yeah, sit down. So just a reminder for the feedback form, if anyone's still filling it up, we're going to close it in about a minute. Yeah. All right. Cool. Okay. Can someone... Asif, can you manage the online questions? Next slide. Oh, where's the... Oh. Okay, so we also have a Slido. So if you guys have, to those who are attending online, if you guys have questions, please feel free to send us questions and Asif will direct them to me. But we'll try to keep it like online and physical, online and physical. So yeah, let's keep the questions flowing. Any questions from the floor? Okay. Azhar will be doing it. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Just before that, reminder, like, try to keep the questions maybe not school-centric because we have a school booth after this. So also maybe not directed to a particular person. Maybe put into mind, I guess, questions that are a bit open-ended so that a variety of speakers can kind of like answer it. Yeah.
Hi, everyone. So I have two questions. So any one of you can answer this. So before applying to your school, right? So do you actually review the buildings and how they look like, or like, do you really have exactly one state that you really want to go, or? And then second question is that is my chances, let's say I want to go for a physics major, right? So does my chances to going physics to, let's say, UCLA is better than going to physics and other universities? Like, is that kind of change my chances of getting into the US school? So yeah, so everyone can answer.
Great question. I think the question centers around like whether if it's a competitive course in the uni, does that decrease your chances into getting into it, right? Yeah. So does anyone want to answer it? Oh. Anybody? Okay. Yeah.
Every admissions officer is looking for a diverse pool. So if everyone is applying for engineering, for example, you need to provide a difference in your application so that there's diversity amongst the engineering students. Simple answer is yes. If you are applying for a competitive major, the chances of you getting in will also be lower. However, if you provide a strong application, and on top of that, you want to do a less popular major, for example, classics or history, the selection of that major will also make you stand out. But I think with that being said, there is a lot of flexibility within the US education program. You can state that you have intentions to major in this, but there's no expectation for you to major in that as well. So don't be too worried about it as well.
There's a question in Slido. Do you feel content even after getting into your dream school? I'm opening to the people who got into their dream schools, guys. Anybody?
Okay, difficult question, but also an important question. Yeah, so I just wrapped up my first year at Stanford. To be honest, when I went, I was really like wide-eyed, bushy-tailed, very, very excited. I think my friends really knew like how hyped I was to go. But then, like, I think when I went there, I think the reality was a bit different than I expected. Not necessarily in a bad way. It's just like more challenging than I anticipated, and also in different ways than I anticipated. So I think contentment is like, I think it's like finding that is an ongoing like process. I think it like comes and goes. The feeling of belonging and feeling like you're how to say, like, I think it's a continuous process for me to like convince myself, oh, like I deserve to be here. I think it can be difficult sometimes to like convince yourself that when you don't see like people who look like you in that institution, for example, and like constantly being like feeling like the odd one out sometimes. But the truth is, yeah, I think like remaining open-hearted is such an important part anywhere you go. Like it's just such a crucial thing wherever you go. So I think it's not so much about like how to say it? It's like always greener like where you water it. So I think for me, I think it's like not so much about being somewhere, but like learning somewhere, learning and continuously growing. So I would say like contentment is like not. I think growth is more of an end goal than contentment. But I think it's like also possible to have both in tandem with one another. So yeah, that's for me.
My question is that just now they mentioned about that it is better for us to show, to describe, and not to tell. So to whether to describe the situation, to describe our feelings, and not to tell directly. However, we are sometimes advised to not be writing flowery sentence in our essay. So how should we not using flowery sentence in the meantime describing our feelings or situation?
So my answer to this is there's a difference between using flowery language and being able to convey what you need to convey. You don't need to use flowery language to have a good essay. And in fact, a lot of students, they think that the key to writing a great essay that will make them stand out is using the most poetic language possible. But the purpose of this essay is to, it's not a creative writing competition. It's an application essay. And the main point is you need to get who you are across, and you can just use simple language. You don't need to use very elaborate prose. So, but then again, in relation to your point, you can also try to find a balance. Like I would say, in order to make your essay stand out more, you can try to phrase what you're trying to say in a more elaborate way, but also don't make using flowery language the main point of your essay.
Any questions on the floor?
Yeah, here.
Okay.
All right. So this is just my curiosity, okay? Because I've heard of stories this kind of before. Do you, among of you guys, or do you know anyone who transferred to the US? Let's say they went to a particular university, and they feel like, nah, this is not the university I want to go to. So they transfer again to another university. Like, do you guys know any of those kind of people? And if you do, how hard is it? I just want to know how hard is it. That's all.
Yeah.
Hey, yeah, I don't think it's particularly hard. I think it might be even easier because I transferred from University of Illinois to Georgia Tech, and I think it's not particularly hard. It's just the whole process of going through the application again. So you just have to do it all over again. I don't think it's harder than initially you apply to the school, but I think it might even be slightly easier because you already established what you could do with your result and what you had on your resume. And then if you apply again to another school, they can look at your result based on that, and that shows how you're able to still manage to do well in academics and curriculum. And I think because I personally applied like a few times to Georgia Tech, and I finally got in. And the last time I applied, I used the same essay that I used the previous time, which is not a good advice to do. But even then, I also got accepted into the school. So I think it shouldn't be much more harder than you first apply.
Hi, I just wanted to add some perspective to that. I think that also is like a case-by-case basis, because for me, I don't know anyone, but like there is like some talks like among like if you see Berkeley students, there are some like talks of like, oh, I want to like transfer to these, but like the rates are almost impossible. There's certain unis that from this uni you want to transfer to that uni. There's this general sentiment at least that it's very difficult. Like some of these unis might, like some of them might much prefer having like fresh like minds than people they've already like, you know, possibly already rejected and stuff like that. So that is also something that you should keep in mind, I think. Yeah.
Where's the question? This is an interesting one. Did people start treating you differently once you've gotten into a top university? Oi, oi, oi. Anyone? Gayan? Gayan?
Well, I mean, I think this applies to like every other aspect in your life, right? You know, next time when you get a job, like let's say you want to do iBanking and you end up in like JP Morgan, you know, it's like up there. People are going to treat you nicely. That's just how, it's like human bias, you know, so don't worry too much about it. As long as you remain humble and just don't be a bad person, you're good, you know. Well, yeah, so stay humble.
So, since diversity quotas are such a huge thing in the US, does being Malaysian or actually mentioning it actually boost your chances of being accepted?
Yeah, so U.S. admissions has been a very hot topic if you haven't been looking at like the news and all. So recently there's something about affirmative action, but that doesn't apply to international students. And that we are in like an international pool, so that's what they like to call it. And usually the general rate, depending on university, is like around 13 to 20%. That is like the general rate of like international school applicants. And yes, they really love this idea of like diversity and being all inclusive and stuff. So you will have to write that down in your application portal, and it does like put you out into that international pool. So you'll be fighting against like regional international students. So I think at least for Princeton, it was Malaysia, Philippines, and Indonesian. So you'll be like in that pool, and then they have like a quota for certain regions. Does anyone have any?
So Kevin Sim, who was at USAPPS in 2019 and 2020, he always said that it's more advantageous to be a Malaysian applicant than it is to be a Singaporean applicant. Because you're obviously competing with a very different pool, and there are just a lot more students, like raw numbers, who are applying from Singapore as compared to Malaysia. So that's just something to keep in mind. And with regard to the changes in affirmative action policies, I know at least at Wesleyan, which is where I did my undergrad, they are now putting even more effort to ensure that the class is racially, ethnically diverse. And they like, okay, the issue with like statements from the university, you can't believe all of it because a lot of it is just like marketing. But they did say that they want to quote unquote double down on recruiting from other countries to add to the diverse pool of applicants, because they can no longer control the quota system on a race-based basis for local domestic students. So it depends on school to school, like how are they going to change international student admissions, but I can say that being a Malaysian student is not a disadvantage, but you do not have to center your entire application on your national identity, but you do need to state it in your general application portal.
So I just have a question. I'm sure that some of you might have gotten rejected from your dream schools, or like just like when you were applying that you get a lot of rejection. So I just wanted to know how you reframe that rejection into something that could potentially motivate you in the future.
Can I take this one first? I think, you know the phrase, rejection is redirection, right?
Whoa.
Holy
Holy moly.
No, because I got rejected from my ED school. That kind of traumatized me a bit. So I went out on a blast saying like, oh, I need to get to university, so might as well just do like all like 22 at once, right? How do you deal with that? I mean, you just set that rejection as some sort of like to usher you to do more. So if you, and sometimes like it's quite random. Some of the things that some of the universities you think you're gonna get in, you're not gonna get in. Some of the universities that it's an afterthought, like you never think about you getting in, you got in. So that's kind of like the reality of applying to these kind of unis. So, yeah.
For me, I got waitlisted at my dream school. Kind of sucks, but also I think a fair amount of rejections from applying to 56, right? So I think that, you don't let it define how you view the process, because there's no one reason why you get rejected, There's like so many applicants each round. For the UCs, it's like, 60K? Is it too much? Is it 60K? 100K. UCLA, is it? 100K. Think of that. This room is already like 100 people. 100,000? That's so much. So don't beat yourself up about that. And in the end, everything happens for a reason, and you will be at the school you were meant to be, and that will become your new dream school.
And it's just an add-on, actually it's very easy. You just have to have realistic expectations and lower expectations. Because when it comes to some of these Ivy League schools, right, their acceptance rate is so low that sometimes it's also dependent on luck. So don't beat yourself up if you don't get into it. Sometimes it's also a factor of luck.
On the floor.
Hi, I'm Kishman, and I'm an incoming A-level student. And first of all, I just want to thank you guys for this initiative. And I have two questions. So the first question being, as an incoming A-level student, what do you think is the best way for me to prepare for the essays and just the application process in general? And my second question would be, right now I'm sort of struggling and thinking about the fact that my extracurriculars are sort of scattered randomly, and they don't really have a centralized theme. And I see a lot of people talking about it on TikTok. You have to have a centralized theme to get accepted into Ivies. So how would you frame your extracurriculars if you don't have a theme? So yeah, those are my two questions. Thank you.
Can you repeat the first question just so that...
Okay. My first question is the shortest one. As an incoming A-level student, what do you think is the best way I can prepare for applications in general?
In response to your question, right now you're here at USAPPS. Congratulations, you've taken a wonderful first step. Now, in response to your second question, which is about a theme, so then now one thing that you can do over the course of time that you have is essentially to, begin, right? I think that you've seen in the course of even the extracurricular talk that essentially, there's discussion about how, people, started actually later than you might have imagined. Some people started a little bit later on right there. But of course, there can be varying degrees of success when it comes to whether or not you're going to be able to thematically build up an application. But as kind of discussed during dinner yesterday, the best way to kind of progress on a problem is to break it down into smaller and digestible parts. And whether you in consulting, there's this term, or rather this aphorism, which is basically you do not boil the ocean. You do not want to boo yourself off the stage before you've had the chance to speak. You do not want to refrain from solving the problem before you have even taken the first step. So what I would say to you is simply take the first steps forward and let the rest of the process, let the universe, as it were, begin to complete the steps ahead.
Wow.
Okay, hi, I'm Ina. Sorry, I was kind of late. But I wanted to say that with applications, I also realized I didn't have a theme, I didn't have a central theme, and I was so worried about it. And something while I was applying, a lot of people told me is oh, you have to find yourself, find something deep within you. And I'm I have nothing deep within me. What am I gonna find in there? But then I realized what I learned is that instead of finding yourself, it's kind of you have to discover what it is that you want to do, because it's not in there yet. like you still have to find it. So I think like what you should do now is kind of like research what you want to do after uni and like see the kind of jobs you want to do and then like what might align with that, like what majors might align with that. In like every single uni, you can do a different major in the US. Wait. Yeah. And like, kind of center your application around that, like what you want to do. And since you have like so many different extracurriculars, you kind of like frame it so that they fit that narrative. Like they might not, but you have to like act in some way that, you know, I actually did this because of this. Like it might not be the real reason, but then in your application, that's what you want to show. Like you want to discover something that you want to do. It's not like already there yet. And you don't have to worry because all of us are the same, I think. Yeah. Spider.
Did you just say spider? This is a question. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, last, I just want to add on a bit. So other than what Victor said about just starting and Inas about finding yourself, I feel like, because you're taking A-levels and I'm sure everyone here has their own PU journeys, one thing that I feel that like you think that you need to prepare is to be resilient. Because when you're going through like UniApps, A-levels, discovering yourself, ECAs, it's a lot of work. It's a lot of time consumption. So the quality of just going through the obstacles, just never giving up whenever you're like faced with difficulties, the quality of perseverance is very, very important to just keep on going. Like Asif said, when you get rejected, keep on going. When life hits you, you hit harder. So yeah, that's all.
PM by YB.
Just now I said like discover what you want to do, but not discover, sorry, I meant decide. Because like it's your decision what you want to do in the future. It's not like within you, right? Like what I said. So like just decide which path you want to take. Because like honestly you can do anything you want to do. So you just have to make a decision when you're applying. And that's like what your application is kind of going to be about. Yeah. That's what I meant.
Yeah, do your research, and something to keep in mind is that research will never end, and you want to make the most informed decision as possible, but there will always be information asymmetry because you yourself have not attended the university yet. So to reduce the asymmetry as much as possible, you need to read, like actually read books, please, and also talk to seniors who have been to that university before, get in contact with professors, and you want to like reduce that asymmetry as much as possible in order for you to make an informed decision. And your research does translate very well in your application to not only performatively show that you have interest in that school, but you actually know what you want and why you want it.
Question is Saido. My essay topic is relating how a historical site inspired me to do a STEM research project. Does this sound like a legit essay idea? Anybody who's STEM? Guys? Anybody wants to volunteer? Oh, you want? Okay. The essay topic is relating how a historical site inspired me to do a STEM research project. Does this sound like a legit essay idea?
So I'm assuming this is in the context of your personal statement. If not, then it's like essay specific lah. But I applied as a STEM major, and my essay was not at all related to anything STEM. I talked about why I shaved my head, why I went botak. And so to answer your question in the most direct way, it's up to you. You can write about anything, and it will work depending on how you write it. Again, it's up to you to decide. Like what she said, make a decision on how you want to pitch your essay. You can pitch it however you want. Again, this is your decision. As you know, uni application is doing us a favor by giving us this opportunity to reflect upon ourselves, because this is not going to be your last reflection. Once you get into uni, there will be more reflections coming on in your life. This is a favor for us, so we should be, take this as an opportunity. Make a decision on how you want to write your essay. So my essay was about, vulnerability, on how Okay, first of all, I'm an introvert, and so I'm afraid of how people think about me. Now, why would somebody like me go shave my head, botak, and then when somebody asks me, honestly, very scary. But there are good news to it, because I save a lot of shampoo money. And it also feels really good after you shower, because like when you stand under the fan, it feels really good. I don't know if any of you have this experience, but if you do, come talk to me. We can relate, right? But my point is, whoever asked this question, make a decision. If you don't like your draft, come up with something else. If you don't have ideas, go sleep, go shower. Ideas will come back. Yeah.
Okay, if I may add, I know this is said a lot, but with essays, try to put yourself in the shoes of whoever's reviewing your application. Less emphasis should be placed on what is being delivered. More emphasis should be placed on why and how it's delivered. Like, why do you want to convey that message? And how you want to convey that message. Again, it goes back to the question about whether you should use flowery sentences or not. So you want to make it understandable to the reviewer, but also you have to kind of connect with the reviewer in some sort. Yeah.
Question from the floor.
Hi, so I actually have two questions. So the first one is, I'd like to ask everyone, especially to those who applied to quite a few universities, maybe not 56, but realistically, how long did it specifically take you to complete your applications from start to finish? And I'll ask my second questions afterwards.
Anybody with a normal application? Start to finish, the application. I had a bad habit of submitting it 2 hours before the deadline. It's because I want to refine it. I want to make sure I didn't do any mistakes, even in the forms before, because when you submit, right, there's a submission of Common App, and then you have to submit supplementary form also. It's separate. So that's the personal statement, and then you have to fill in the form. Make sure you don't put yourself first generation by accident, or you don't accidentally put your dad's name wrong and email and stuff. So a lot of checking needs to be done. So it'll be always gonna be 2 hours before deadline. I always make sure that it has to be all perfect.
What about the time frame?
Oh, the time frame. Some of them, like the later universities, I applied because I had some space in Common App. I'm being honest. But then for universities I targeted, it's probably 2 months, around so. Because you have to do research and watch the tours and yeah.
Okay, and then my second question is, how did you choose between different schools you were accepted into, since all of them are top schools? What were the distinguishable features the school you picked had or have?
Anybody wants to? Why you choose your school? What? Okay, Jason.
Okay, so I personally applied to 6 schools, but how I decided on those schools were mostly, one, because my scholarship, because I was on Petronas, but I also, based on whatever list I was given, how I decided was ultimately based on the requirements for application, because I thought that, and I knew that I wouldn't be able to get too high on SAT, because I don't like the English portion of SATs. So I was trying to find something within the mid-range, maybe 1,200, 1,400. That's one. So one of the deciding factors, the test requirements and whatnot. Secondly, because I'm a mechanical engineering major, so I looked at schools with reputable mechanical engineering curriculum, which was what I was going to say. So to me, it was test requirements and as well as the program itself at the uni. Yeah.
Anyone else? It's up to you. It's up to you.
How do you choose after you got accepted? Okay, so for me, I had 6 offers, and the way I decided was definitely financial aid. So 3 of the schools offered financial aid, and I decided between I was deciding between Yale and Princeton, and for my course, for me, like Princeton would have been the best option, but I also looked into like the social life of the school. No, like the academic rigor itself, you know, like like I'm not like just find what's suitable for you. Like some people they do thrive in like academically rigorous places like Princeton, and other people they prefer to be in a more like collaborative and happy environment like Yale. So so like that's definitely something you definitely want to look into when you're comparing your offers, right? Like financial aid for me was like a big factor, but if that's not a problem, you know, you have like leeway. There's also like school culture. So yeah, and speak to your seniors as well. Like for me actually, he was one of the Princeton seniors who I spoke to, and they were very helpful. They were very friendly. Yeah, and yeah, so you know, do that next time. Yeah.
I would like to say that I'm very happy, and and it's not as stressful as people make it out to be. So I hope you guys apply to Princeton as well, and there isn't that academic rigor isn't that stressful. I swear, like it's uni. Of course, you're gonna be stressed, but it's not like crazy stress. You know? Yeah.
Question from Slido. I plan to do engineering. What are some good scholarships we can apply for that is related to engineering? Whoever wants to reveal themselves to give some context, local or if it's like merit scholarships. Okay, so we just open arms. Scholarships for engineering. Anybody? Any good scholarships for engineering? Azza? You're doing engineering, right?
I think like in terms of like post A levels, it's not as many scholarships. Want to promote like Base Initiative. That's a kind of like a program by scholars in Malaysia, but it's mostly post SPM scholarships. But in terms of like after A levels or after pre-university, there aren't a lot of options, I must say, especially towards engineering. I'm not too sure, but yeah.
I got a scholarship post A level, so don't be discouraged. It's fine. I'm doing computer science, so like there are a bunch of places. I think I applied. I mean, I'm currently under bank, and for some reason Bank Negara, sorry, and they accept computer science and maybe data science as well. Engineering, I think there was like PNB. There was like quite a few. There's quite a few, but like I can't think of it at the top of my head. But don't worry, like I'm sure you can find it. Yeah. But yeah, if anyone knows anything, I mean, maybe we can send something out. Yeah, okay. But yeah, there are scholarships after you already get into the uni. Usually they have like these applications, and you'll be fine.
Hi, I have a list of like not sponsored, of companies that have scholarships. Off the top, for engineering, Sime Darby has a scholarship after your pre-U. YTL, Gamuda, Maybank, CIMB Bank ASEAN. Anything else? This is all like after your pre-U. That's all off the top of my head, but I have a list. So come up to me later and I can show you the list. Not sponsored. And you have a bond.
All right, so this response is more generally tailored to scholarships after SPM, IGCSE in general. So the financials, of course, are an interesting concern, right? But so I'm speaking here as somebody who got a full scholarship to UChicago, like after SPM, IGCSE. So then the way that I think about this right here is that you might be thinking that, okay, after the fact of getting into a uni, then you go and search for scholarships, right? But what if you slightly reframe your thinking? What if aiming higher itself was the thing that would get you to where you want to go? So like, there's a very real basis for this, because like, if you look at scholarship lists, regardless of which list eventually it is that you get, right, you're gonna see essentially that they will tend to fund scholars, or rather students who gain admission to certain top tier universities. If you get into, like, say, a top 10, it can be like, I don't know, like Harvard. If you got into Harvard, then maybe you would get like financial aid, for example. If you got into other comparable top 10 university, then that gives you the shot in itself. So rather than think about the problem of getting a scholarship after the fact, you can consider right now giving your all, your heart, your soul, and your spirit into this application, and then get an offer in hand. And once you wrest it from the grip of the admissions officer, then go up to your desired guest and make your play.
That was so poetic. True.
I guess to give that a little bit more nuance, an admissions letter is not a guarantee to get a scholarship. If you need financial aid, you should apply for financial aid at the point of admission. For example, if you get an offer letter from Stanford, but you did not apply for aid, you cannot get aid from Stanford for the next 4 years. And if you are trying to play the gamble with, I'm going to go around with this admission letter from Stanford and see if Bank Negara or Khazanah or PNB is going to give me a scholarship, it is a gamble. Like Khazanah and BNM or PNB do not have like go to you just because you got into Stanford. So if you need financial aid, you should apply for financial aid so that if you get in, all of your financial need is met. So please keep that in mind. It is heart crushing if you get in, but you can't afford to go in, and no one wants to give you a scholarship. I know many people who have undergone that. So apply for aid, even though it might decrease your chances.
This is for everyone. Yeah. How do you deal with burnout when you are applying? Because I'm pretty sure that this year you guys are going to feel burnout as well. So how do you guys deal with being burnt out? Like,
I can talk about burnout.
okay. Finally speaking.
I've been speaking. Okay. Yeah, I think burnout was something that we talked about in multiple sessions. I think Tia covered it very well in writing essays, in extracurriculars, and then also writing essays. And it is a very valid concern, and it's very real, especially if you're in an institution where everybody is kind of like working towards the same goal. And I'm pretty sure, I think a good chunk of you are in those institutions at this very moment, whether that be KY, whether that be Taylor's, whether that be KDJ, Nexus, wherever. And I think that the main thing that helped me kind of like solve that issue of burnout was to kind of like find things that you just genuinely enjoy doing. And sometimes people get lucky that these things that they genuinely enjoy doing are the things that they're going to be writing in those essays. But sometimes those things don't necessarily are parallel to one another. So just because everyone else is working on those essays right now doesn't mean that you have to be rigorously kind of like going to the lounge or going to the resource center or the library to kind of like do those essays too. I think it is very, very important to kind of like stick to your lane and kind of like figuring out a schedule that works for you. And if that is writing essays at 2 a.m. at night like JS, or writing essays at 4 p.m. in the evening like I do, I think, yeah. That's pretty normal, right? Yeah. So like, I guess there isn't a one-stop solution, and there isn't a secret formula of how these people got into universities, and it is going to be the same for you guys as well. So don't worry about, I guess when dealing with burnout, find something that, makes you feel calm, whether that be going on a hike or going on a jog with your friends. So yeah, I mean, your hobbies don't necessarily have to be aligned with your application, so make them separate if needed to. Yeah.
Moise, there's one thing that they want. It's like they want us to compile all facilitators and speakers' emails so that they could contact us after the USAPPS event.
Yeah, I think that's a very possible solution. We have all of your emails, and I think we also have a WhatsApp group together. So if I have everyone's consent, then I will send everyone's emails out so you guys can approach. I believe in the feedback form there is also one last question about post-workshop reviews, and this is something that we just want to gauge our interest on first to see if you guys are interested, and we can kind of like connect you guys to perhaps post-workshop mentors in a sense. So maybe you guys can connect after the event. Yeah, I think that's about it. Anyone from the floor? Huh? Oh, wrap it up. Okay. Yeah, I think with that, we have ended our open-ended question session. A round of applause. So yeah, before we kind of like move on to the booth session, there's a couple of things. I'd just like to thank our sponsors, the US Embassy of Kuala Lumpur, Education USA, who have been supporting us since 2006. So this year, if you guys don't know, it's our 15th year anniversary of USAPPS. And finally, our venue sponsor, Taylor's University, who has also been there from the very beginning. If you guys know anyone who couldn't be here today and want to apply next year, we'll still be probably most likely to be doing it in Taylor's as well. So spread the word, share our Instagram, share your experience about the event to everyone, and we hope to see you guys next year. Before you end, let's take a really, really nice group picture. So facilitators, you can stand in the middle. And everyone, if I could get you guys to like move towards the center, we can take a nice picture.
For those who were here yesterday, we're going to do like the same thing. Everyone in the middle, everyone standing up. Get really bunched up together so it looks really nice and lively. Alright, those on the top right hand side, try to squish into the middle lane. Thank you. Okay, so when we're taking this picture, I want you guys to think about this whole 2 days and how it made you so happy, so we can see the smile on your faces, that lively expression. And yeah, thank you guys so much for coming, and make sure you look all like happy for the picture. It'll be really nice. Okay, is it possible for everyone to scrunch up a bit more? Those that, especially at the side, in the middle. Thank you guys so much for being patient with us. Bit of technical issues. Why don't you guys say hi to the person to your left? You know, you never met them before. Try to make friends. connections. Yeah. Now say hi to the people on your right. Now the left, and then say hi to the person behind you. Oh wait. Okay, I realized that doesn't work. All right. So. Okay. Yeah. Okay. You know how like Americans they really love like American football, and then they'll be like USA, USA, USA. Okay, wait, stop. Now we're gonna do USAPPS, 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 USAPPS. Guys, hurry up for USAPPS. Thank you guys so much for being patient with us. I promise you guys it'll be worth it. The picture is gonna look so beautiful. You'll see all your beautiful faces. It's gonna be really nice. I thank you for being patient with us. Timer? Okay. Okay. Oh, it looks so good. Oh my god. Okay. Timer? Alright. Smile, guys. It's finally happening. USAPPS! Thank you guys so much.
If we could just do one last thing, which is to give away the giveaways. Woo! All right. So if you could pay attention to the screen. Can I get a drum roll, please? The winners are these people. Yeah! Yeah! So thank you so much, guys, for being a part of this year's event. To those who won the giveaways, keep an eye out for an email, so you guys will be getting those Grab vouchers as soon as possible. So after this, there's gonna be school booths outside. There are tables set up. I hope most of the universities are represented by the facilitators here. So take that time to kind of like talk to these facilitators. It may not be a school that you're interested in, but just go ahead and just talk to them. So yeah, we'll see you guys outside, and facilitators, I think you can make your way to the event outside. Thanks, guys.
I don't know about my
And to all festies, after the college booth, if you have time, in here, make it back in here after the college booth for a festy photography session. But right now, enjoy your college booth.
Let's try to circle.